Hey, what's going on, guys? So my initial plan was to create a Laravel crash course, about an hour, hour and a half, but I ended up doing a project that took a lot more time than that. So this will be a free 4-hour course slash project, and we're going to be building a job listing application from scratch using Laravel 9 and MySQL. So Laravel is a PHP framework. It's honestly one of, if not my favorite framework. It just includes so much and makes it easy to do just about anything. And we will stop and look at things outside of the scope of the project that we'll be building, just so I can kind of show you how things work. Now, I know that these days it's all about quick content, YouTube Shorts and TikTok and so on. That's definitely not my style. So when you watch something like this, I would suggest that you sit down in a quiet place and code along with me and actually build something and immerse yourself into learning. And this might take you a week, it might take you a month or even longer, and that's absolutely fine. If you get stuck, just stop and search Google, search Stack Overflow, find answers in the comments. Just don't give up. And this project will give you a really great foundation in PHP and Laravel web development. And I'll give you a quick demo of the final project, and then we'll go ahead and get started. And I hope you guys enjoy. This Laravel crash course is sponsored by Linode. Linode is one of the most reputable cloud companies and can be used for almost any type of project. Many cloud hosting companies can get really expensive really quick, and one of the great things about Linode is their monthly caps, which keeps your bill predictable. For example, the base plan is 3 cents per hour with a monthly cap of $20, so you don't end up racking up all these unexpected charges. Their control panel makes it easy to deploy and manage your projects. You have complete freedom to install anything you want. You can customize your production environment and also get 24/7 email and phone support. So if you want to try Linode absolutely free, I'm giving out a link with $100 60-day credit. You can visit linode.com/traversy or click the link in the description. All right, so I just want to give you a quick demo of the project. It's called Laragigs. It's basically a place to post Laravel gigs or jobs, listings, whatever you want to call them. And as you can see, we have registration and login. So user authentication, we'll be implementing this after. And all of our forms have validation, as you can see. And then we have this hero image, which will just, or hero area, where it just takes us to the register page. And then we can filter listings as well. So basically we have tags that we can add. And if I click on one of these like view, then it's going to show me all the listings that have the view tag. And then we have a filter search here, or an input, where we can search for whatever we want. So we'll say like senior. And then anything that has senior in either the title, the description, or the tags is going to show up here. All right, we're also going to implement pagination, as you can see here, which is pretty easy with Laravel. The theme that you're looking at, like the design, I have that in the Github repo. So here you'll see Laragigs theme. This is all the HTML files. Okay, so at some points, we're going to just grab some of the HTML from here and bring it over. And we're using Tailwind, so it's just classes. There's no custom CSS or anything like that. Now, as far as the single listings, if I click on this, you'll see the image. Actually, let's use a better example. Because we will be creating what's called a factory that will allow us to seed listings. So all of these, with like the weird names, we just simply run a command and it puts those in our database just for development. But let's look at like this listing here. So we have an image, we have the position, we have the company name, the tags, the location, the description, and then you also enter the contact email for this button and then the website or application URL for this button here. Okay, so that's a single listing. Now, if I go to post a job, I have to log in because you do have to be authenticated in order to post listings. Okay, so I do that. I'll see this "you are logged in," which will disappear. We're going to be using something called Alpine.js to do that, to have that interactive type functionality. And then up here, you'll see it says welcome and then our name. We have a manage listings. If I click on that, it shows us all of our gigs or listings. And from here, we can edit them. Okay, we have file upload as well. And if we go back, we can also delete. All right, so let's just create a post. Now that I'm logged in, we'll just call this test test listing, and we'll say Laravel developer and location, contact email, URL. Let's just do like, we'll just say Acme. And then we have these tags, which are comma separated values, and then a logo. So I'll just grab the Acme logo. And then description, we'll just say the job description, and click create gig. We get a message up here, listing created successfully, and you can see our new listing. All right, and if I go to my manage listings page, you'll see that down here. I can edit it, and I can also delete it. All right, now go ahead and log out. We get our flash message. So the functionality is pretty simple overall, but this is going to give you a really great foundation into building Laravel projects, where you'll learn how to do authentication and CRUD functionality, filtering, pagination, creating database seeders, and all that. We will be using MySQL for our database, but if you don't want to install MySQL and get that set up, you could use something like SQLite. So it's up to you. Again, we're going to kind of take things slow and really learn how things work. So hopefully you guys enjoy this, and let's get started. All right, guys, so the very first thing we need to do is get set up so we can run Laravel on our local machine. So you need a development environment. Now, this is one of the tough things about making Laravel tutorials, because I'm someone that always likes to start from absolute scratch. And it's tough to do that with Laravel because there's so many different ways to get set up, and it can be different on, if you're on Windows or if you're on Mac. So it can be tough. So what I'm using is something called Laravel Valet, which is, as you can see here, it's a development environment for macOS minimalists. And it basically just allows you to declare a certain directory as for your projects, for your Laravel projects, and then you get a local domain like whatever, mywebsite.test, and that will be your Laravel site or your local site. But again, it's only for Mac. You can't use it on Windows. So for Windows, what I usually recommend for beginners is Xampp or Xampp. And this gives you Apache, which is a web server. It gives you PHP, MySQL, which we will be using in this course, PHPMyAdmin. So it's one installation, and it gives you a complete environment. And it's great on Windows. On Mac, I usually run into issues. I mean, it could just be me. I don't know. But I usually wouldn't suggest it for Mac users. But again, for Windows, it's pretty good. Now, I do have a gist. I have links to gists in the description. I have one to get set up with Valet on a Mac. So it just takes you through the steps: install Homebrew, install PHP. You need to install Composer, and then Valet, then the Laravel installer, and then you can simply run Laravel new and then your project name. I also have a gist for Xampp, and this is for Windows and Mac. So install Xampp, install Composer, and then you need to set up what's called a virtual host, and you do that with in these specific files for both Mac and Windows. All right, so I mean, it's up to you on what you want to use. There's also a project called Homestead, which is actually a Vagrant box. So it's a virtual machine. It includes all this different software. This is a really good option once you really know what you're doing, but I don't think it's good for beginners. So if you're just getting started with Laravel and with Apache and Nginx servers and all that, I wouldn't really suggest Homestead. But it's up to you. And then I also have a link in the description to this MySQL cheat sheet, because we will be dealing with a MySQL database later on. Okay, and if you use Xampp, then you get that MySQL installed with the software suite. All right, so for me, I'm going to go ahead and get started by just in my sites directory here, and I have Valet already installed, and I don't think I have the Laravel installer set up. So I'm going to just run Composer global require Laravel /installer. All right, actually, I think I did have it installed. All right, so now I should be able to just run Laravel new. And then what do I want to call this? The app name is Laragigs, so I'll just call it that. And that's going to get me set up here. And I'm just going to go back to the gist here for Valet. So I ran that. Now, since I'm using Valet, I want to run Valet Park, and that will then give me a local domain of laragigs.test, because I called the project laragigs, and then I should be all set. So Valet is really great, but unfortunately it's only for Mac. So let's run Valet Park. Okay, and now let's see, well, ls sites, and I have this laragigs folder. I should now be able to, I can close all this up now. All right, so I should be able to go to http laragigs.test, and there we go. So I have my Laravel project set up, and I want to open up my text editor in that laragigs. So let's cd into laragigs, and I'm going to run code dot, and that's going to open up VS Code, and you can see I have all my Laravel and files and folders on the side here. All right, so regardless of how you get set up, just get Laravel running on your local machine, open up your text editor. It doesn't have to be VS Code, and we should be good to go. So let's actually make this a little smaller here. Now, if you're coming from a minimalistic framework like Node.js Express or Python Flask, something like that, this is going to be pretty overwhelming. There's a lot of files and folders here, but the reason for that is because Laravel is very, very full-featured. There's a lot to it, so obviously there's going to be a lot of stuff. Now, there's a lot here that you don't actually need to understand at the moment, at this time when you're getting started. So I will focus on the things you do need to know. In some cases, I'm going to kind of take the long way to do something just so you can understand, what's going on, understand the big picture. For instance, when we get to models, I'm not going to just go right into using Artisan, which is a command line tool to generate our model, our Eloquent model, which is an ORM. And don't let these words scare you. I'm going to get into what they are later. But what I'm going to do is manually create a model first, so you can see, how we can add methods to it and then bring it into the controller or to the route, however we're doing it. So in some areas you might be like, well, why are we doing it this way? This takes forever. It's just to get you to learn, like I said, the bigger picture and what's going on kind of under the hood. All right, so I just wanted to mention that just in case at any time you guys feel like that. This isn't something that I just want to breeze through and you don't know what the hell's going on. You're just typing in commands and things just happen. I want to kind of dig in a little bit. All right, so we're going to start off. Well, first of all, what we're seeing here is a view. Okay, so Laravel has views, and I'm going to get to those a little later after we look at routing. But the views are located in this resources folder and then views. And you can see there's one view here, and it's a Blade template. Blade is a template engine that Laravel uses. It's great. It really cleans things up. We'll be really digging into it. But you can see it's called welcome.blade.php. So every Blade template is going to have this blade.php. And if we want to change something, like let's just search for documentation, because that's what we have right here. And if I change that to, let's just change it to docs. If I save that and reload, you're going to see that changes here. Now this welcome view is going to get completely blown away, so don't really worry about this just yet. But I want to start with routing. So if we go into routes, you can see there's a couple files here. This web.php this is what we're going to be working in for the most part when it comes to routes, because this is where we load all of our views or controllers, which we're going to get to later on. If you're creating an API, like a backend JSON API, then you would probably be using this API.php. And I'll show you a little bit how that works, but this is not, we're not creating it in API. I actually do have a complete Laravel 8 API project where we use Sanctum, which is an authentication library. I do have that on my channel if you're interested. So let's take a look at the one route we have here. So we have this route class, which is being brought in up here. Now, a lot of times you're going to see like this illuminate. These are just the namespaces that Laravel uses. If you want to see like exactly what this route is, on VS Code, you can just hold Control or Command and click on it, and it'll actually take you to that class, okay, if you want to learn more about it. Like this is a class called route. It extends this facade. If I click on that, I can check that out. And you're not expected to know like what any of this stuff does or what it is. It's all there to help you. Now that's being brought in, and we can use this route class to call a method called get. Now, I'm assuming that you have some basic knowledge of HTTP, get request, post, put, delete, etc. So we can use any HTTP method here. So in this case, we're handling a get request. And this is going to take in two things. The first is going to be the endpoint that we want to listen for. In this case, it's just the root, just slash. And then it takes in a closure, which is just a function. All right, so if you have used like Express.js before, this is pretty similar to how you would deal with that. And you can actually pass in a request and response object here as well. But basically, we're just saying a get request to slash, we're going to return the view of welcome. So that's the welcome view that I just showed you in the resources views, welcome.blade.php. So we don't put on the .blade.php, we just put the name. So that's how you can load a view. Now, you don't have to load a view. You can do a lot of things from creating a route. So I'm just going to create a new one. Let's say get, and let's say we want this to be for slash hello. All right, then we'll add our closure, which is simply a function. And in here, let's say I want to return, I'll just return a string of hello world. And the stuff I'm doing right now, we're not going to keep. It's just for learning purposes. I would suggest that you just follow along. I think that's the best way to learn, but you don't have to at this point. So now let's go to slash hello, and we should just see our hello world. All right, so you can directly return a string or number or anything like that, but there is a response helper that we could use. So we can wrap this in response, and what this takes in, we can actually click through and see, it takes in the content, which in our case is just a string, and then also the status. So status, which by default is going to be 200, HTTP status of 200 means everything's okay, and then you can also add headers. All right, so let's just go ahead and run that, and we can actually wrap this hello world. We could put HTML in here directly. So if we do that, it should render the HTML. And if we open the network tab, and let's just reload that, and you can see the file here. If we look at the headers, you can see it's a GET request, 200 response. And if we go down here, you'll see the content type is text/HTML. Now, this response, remember, it takes in the content and it takes in a status. By default is 200. If I wanted to make it 404, I could do that and reload, and now you can see I get a status of 404. All right, but we'll make it 200. Now, if I want to add some headers onto this, I can add, let's close this up. I can add an arrow here. I usually like to put it on the next line, but we could then say header, and let's say we want the content type. So it's going to be HTML by default, but let's say we want to make it text/plain. So if we do that and I reload, you'll see that now it doesn't render the HTML. And if we look down here in the headers, the content type is text plain. And then maybe you want to add some custom headers, like, I don't know, we'll just say foo. Oops, let's say header. And then we could do foo and for the value bar. And if we come back over here and we look in the headers, we now have this foo bar. So you can have any custom header values that you want. All right, so let's look at wildcards now. So I'm going to actually create a new route, because a lot of times you'll need to pass in like an ID or something like that. So for instance, you might have post/ and then some kind of ID, like 10. So I'm going to create another route here. Let's say route get. And what we would do is we would say /post/ and then we'd use what's called the wildcard, and that's just curly braces, and then whatever that param is. So in this case, an ID. And then we would have our closure, our function, and we would pass in a variable with the same name, so ID. And then I could do like, let's say return response, and we'll say post, and then I'll just concatenate onto here the ID. All right, and I need my semicolon. So let's go ahead and try that. We'll go to post 10, and you'll see it's gonna output the 10, that ID. It's getting passed in as a wildcard. Now we can also add constraints on here. Usually if it's an ID, well, not usually, I shouldn't say that, but in a lot of cases, it's only going to be numbers. So maybe you don't want to be able to pass, letters or symbols. So what we could do is add a constraint onto this by saying where, and we can do where the ID, and then we could put any regular expression that we want in here. So for instance, let's say we just want from 0, numbers from 0 to 9. That's all we want to accept. So now if I save that and I reload this, we get a 404 not found because this doesn't match the constraints. So if I do a number, 12, then that's going to work. Okay, so we have that functionality just built right in. Now there's, when it comes to debugging and showing values, etc., there's some helper methods that we can use. So one is DD. So I think it's, what is it? Die and dump. So let's say I want to show what the ID is. This will stop everything and show me that whatever I pass in this case, is the ID of 12. And it's actually going to be a 500 status because it's not going to, it's not going to do anything past that. So there's that. And then there's also die, dump, and debug, which is, DDD. So if I do that and we reload, that actually gives us quite a bit of information. So if we look down here, it shows us the code. It shows us where shows us the breakpoint where we called the DDD. Shows us the entire request, any cookies or session values, body. So if you submit a form, we'll see the body. Version. What is this? Laravel versions, things like that. Route parameters. So here's the ID of 12. So DD and DDD are very helpful functions when it comes to just debugging and seeing what things are. So we'll be using usually DD. I don't usually use this unless I have to. But yeah, so that's available. And now what I want to show you is sometimes we have a value like, let's say we have a route like search, and then we have a query string of maybe name. So we'll say name equals Brad, and we can have another one with ampersand. We'll say, I don't know, city equals Boston. All right, I'm not going to run this just yet, but if we have something like this, we can get these values through the request. So I'm going to just create another route here. Let's say route get, and we want this to be /search, and then we have our function. All right, now I can pass in here, like I said before, request response. So let's say request, and then the name of the variable, which is going to be request. Now to bring this in, this request right here has to be brought in, and I should have mentioned this earlier, but there's a couple VS Code extensions that I would recommend. So the first one is Laravel Blade Snippets. I would definitely recommend that you install this. When we get to Blade templating, it's going to give you highlighting and all that stuff. And then also, I have this PHP namespace resolver right here. This is very helpful because with Laravel, you have to import there's a lot of different parts of the framework you need to bring in. Sometimes you don't always know what to bring in, but since I have that PHP name resolver, this request right here, I can just right click and I can say import class. Now it's going to show me there's a couple different request classes, so sometimes you do need to know which one you're using. In this case, it's going to be this one here, Illuminate HTTP requests. So if I click that, it says the class is imported, and you can see it's brought in up here. So it saves me from having to know exactly what to bring in and to have to go up and type it. So PHP name resolver I would definitely recommend, and as well as PHP IntelliFence. That's another good extension just for PHP in general. All right, so now we have this request object, and we could do a DD. Let's do DD request, and that should show us what is in that. So if I come over here And let's reload. Oh shoot, I didn't want to reload. I wanted to run the search. So let's say search name equals Brad and the city equals Boston. All right. So now this is showing us what is in this request object, which is a lot of different things, right? So for instance, if we look at, like, there's files. So if you upload files, which we'll be doing later, cookies, headers, and you can extend this open like that. You can see all the different headers. So for these values, like the name and city, that's going to be in this query right here. So query and then parameters, and you can see we have name and city. Okay. So if I wanted to access those values directly, which you're probably going to want to, we can just simply do request name, and let's actually, we'll put a space here. Let's concatenate that, put a space, and then we'll do request and city. So I'll go ahead and reload, and we should see Brad Boston. And we don't have to do it in this DD. We could just simply return that. So if I do that, all right, and you could use those values for whatever you want. All right, so I think that we spent enough time just looking at basic routing, at least in the web file. I do want to show you, if we open up API.php, this is what you're going to be using if you're building an API. So let's create a route here, and they're created the same, just route. We'll do a GET request. And in here, let's do /posts, and then we'll have our function. And in this case, we're going to want to return JSON, right, for building an API. So let's say return, and then we can use that response helper, so response, but we can do this. We can put an arrow and then JSON, and in here we'll pass in an array, and let's say we'll do posts, and we want this to point to an array, and then each item is going to have brackets around it as well. And we could say title, and just say, I don't know, post 1, something like that. Now, since this is in the API.php, we have to actually prefix the route. So /post, we're going to prefix with /API. So /API/posts, and that will automatically hit this. And then you can see we get JSON back. So if I go to, let's reload this, and you'll see that we get a content type of application/JSON. So we pass in a PHP array, and a multi-dimensional array, and it's going to get parsed as JSON. And this is how you would create an API. All right, so none of this stuff we need. If you want to keep this for reference or whatever, you can, but I'm going to just get rid of it, because actually I'm just going to get rid of all that. And then here, we don't need any of this stuff either, so we'll just get rid of that. And we'll go back to the home page. Okay. So now what I want to do is get started on our application. And again, I'm going to take it kind of slow and do things the long way, just so you understand exactly what's going on. So we have right now we have a view, right? Resources views of welcome.blade. So we can just clear everything out of here. And for now, let's just do an H1, and we'll just say listings here. So I'm going to save that, and I'm going to rename this from welcome. I'm actually not even going to use a Blade template yet, so we'll just call this listings.php, because your views don't actually have to be Blade templates. They will be for the most part, but they don't have to be. So now in our routes, let's come down here, and we should be able to just return the view of listings. All right, and that's going to be the home page. So if I reload, we just see listings. Now, in most cases, you're going to want to pass data into your view, right? And ultimately, that's going to come from a database. It's going to go through a model. But for now, just to show you how to pass the data, we can pass in a second argument here of an array, and then whatever values we want. So let's say we want heading, and the value for that will just say, I don't know, latest latest listings. Now, a listing is a gig. The name of the project is Laragigs, but instead of using gig as the resource within our code, I'm gonna use listing. If you want, you can use gigs or jobs or whatever, but the resource I'm gonna be using is listings. All right, so I'm gonna save that, and then in listings.php, I should be able to get that. I can say PHP echo, and then I should have a listings variable. So if we come over here and reload, oh, never mind, it's heading. I passed in a value of heading, sorry. All right, so now we get latest listings. Now, as far as the data, like I said, ultimately that will come from a database, but let's pass in here now. Now we'll have a variable called listings, and let's make that an array of listings. So the first one, let's say, I'm not going to put all the fields we're going to use. We'll just have like an ID, and let's do a title. So for that, we'll just say listing 1, and then we'll have a description. Oops. We'll have a description, and I'm just going to grab some dummy text for now. So let's see, where is it? Let me just grab that and paste that in. All right, and then we'll have one more. So this right here, I'm just going to copy that down. Let's make sure we put a comma here, and then we'll just change the ID to 2, and the title will be listing 2. So now we're passing this array into our view, and I want to show each listing. So what we could do is a for each. So I could say for each, and let's say for each listings as listing, and we could go like that, and then we want to PHP end for each, and then in here we'll do an H2, and that's where we'll go ahead and PHP echo, and it's going to be listing, and since it's an array, we want to do this. So we want the title, and then let's do a paragraph, and we'll do PHP echo, and let's get the listing. Whoops. Later on, we'll be dealing with collections, so it'll be this syntax, but for now, it'll be like this. All right, so, and that. Okay, so if I come over here and I reload, now we see listing 1 and listing 2. So now what I want to do is change this listing template or view to a blade view or a blade template. So I'm going to rename this. So now it's going to be listings.blade.php, and you'll notice that it'll still work. Like I can still use this regular old PHP syntax, but since we're using Blade, we can clean it up quite a bit. And one of the common, I guess, negatives of PHP is it can be kind of an ugly language, you know, with all the tags. So instead of like PHP echo, we can now clean this up and just use curly braces around this, and that will output that variable. So if I go ahead and reload, we get the same thing. It's still showing us that heading. So it's similar to the syntax of JSX or an Angular or Vue template. And it really cleans things up. Now, we also have something called directives, where we can use loops and conditionals and all types of stuff. So there's a for each directive. So we can get rid of that. And directives are going to start with the @ symbol. We can also get rid of that. And then down here, get rid of that. And the PHP tag, and just put our @ symbol here. Again, if we reload, that's going to show us the same thing. And then here we can also clean this up by getting rid of that. And this one as well. Let's get rid of that and use our curly braces here and here. Okay, so that gives us the same result, and it looks much better. Now, there's just a lot of different directives you can use with Blade. I'm not going to go over all of them. If you want, you can look at the documentation. We even have a PHP directive, so we could do @PHP and then end it down here and end PHP, and then you could do whatever you want in here. So, for instance, actually, let's just set like test we'll say test equals 1, and then outside here I should be able to use that test variable, and you can see now I get 1. All right, so and that's useful for like filtering, things like that. If it's something you can't do in your controller or within your route, then you could do it directly in your view. Now, there are conditionals we can use. So let's say if we have no listings, we just want to show a paragraph that says no listings. So we could do our if statement, and I'm going to say if count of listings, we'll say if that is equal to 0, then let's go down here and we'll end this. So it's just going to be end if. So if that's true, then let's say no listings found. All right, and then what we'll do is come over here, and I'll just temporarily empty this array like that, and then if I reload, we get no listings found. Now, there's another way to do this, and that's using the unless directive. So it's really up to you. It's all preference on how you want to do this, but we could do unless, so we'll say unless count listings is equal to 0, then we're going to do our for each, and then we could have an else, and of course with your if statements you can have an else as well, and then we want to end the unless, and then in here we'll do our paragraph and say no listings found. Maybe space that. Okay, so if we reload, we get the same result. But I'm going to put those listings back, and now we're going to see those. Now at the moment, we have the data just hard-coded right here in our route. And usually your data is going to come through what's called a model. And in Laravel, we have something called Eloquent, which is an ORM, an object relational mapper. And it gives us a very eloquent way to deal with our database. So we can do like the model name, such as listing, and then find or find all or whatever. And we have all types of filtering and sorting available to us. And to create an eloquent model in your terminal, don't run this right now, but we could just do PHP artisan, which is the command line tool to do a lot of different things. But one of them is make. We could say make model listing, all right? And that would create, it would put a model file called listing with just a basic class, but it'll have access to all the Eloquent stuff. Now, before we get into that, I'd like to just manually create a model. So in app, so there's an app folder, and you'll see models. There's already a user model here because Laravel, again, it's a very full-featured framework, and you get user functionality right out of the box. When you run your migrations, it'll automatically create a user table, which we'll get into later. But right now, let's just create a listing.php file here, and that's the convention. It's just a singular name of the resource. All right, and then we want a namespace so that we can access it from other files. As you can see here, the user model uses app/models, so we'll do the same thing. Let's say PHP, and let's say namespace app models, and then we're just going to create a class with the same name, so class listing, and then let's create a function. We're going to create a public static function, and we'll call it all because we want this to get all listings. And then obviously, I mean, this would come from a database, but just for now, let's go ahead and return, and I'm going to grab from this file here. I'm going to grab this, and let's return that, put a semicolon there. All right, so now we have this method of all that returns these listings. So to get this, let's actually get rid of that. And then we want to bring in our model. So remember the namespace we used was app/models and then /listing. And then down here, we should be able to use the listing model. And to use the method, the all method, we're going to use double colon because it's a static method. So this is the PHP syntax, and we want to get all. All right, so we'll go ahead and save that. And if I reload again, we should see the same thing. All right, so but now we have our data is coming from our model. So now let's go back into our model and let's create a function to just fetch a single listing. So we'll come down here and let's say public static function, and we'll call this one find, and it's going to take in an ID because we want to find it by its ID. And again, when we use Eloquent, it's going to be a lot easier than this. You don't even have to write code to find a listing because you already have an Eloquent method. But for us, for now, let's just say listings. We want to get all the listings first, which we can get from the method right above, the all method. So I could use self. So when you have a class and you want to call another method or property, you can use self in a static function here, or to call a static function. And let's say self all. So that'll get all the listings. Then we're going to loop through the listings. So we'll say as listing. All right, and then what we want to do is get the one with the ID that's passed in. So we'll say if the current listing's ID is equal to the ID that's passed in to find, then of course that's the one we want. So we'll return that listing. All right, now let's use this in our routes file. We'll create a new route. Let's just say single listing, and let's add a comment here. And we'll say all listings. All right. And if you want, at any time, like right now, you could pause the video, and going by what we just did, you can try to create this route yourself and get the single listing showing. But basically, we want to create a route, and let's do /listings/ and remember I showed you how to use a wildcard because now we're passing in an ID, right? And then we're going to say function, and that's going to take in an ID. Okay, and then let's return a view. Now we don't have a single listing view yet, but we'll create it. So we'll say listing, and then we want to pass in an array that has a listing value, and that value is going to come from the listing model, and then find, and we're going to pass in the ID. Semicolon there. All right. Let's see, what am I missing here? Semicolon. Okay. Now let's create our route. So in views, we're going to create our view. Let's call it listing singular.blade.php. And then for now, what we could do is just copy from listings exactly what we have within the for each. And here, let's paste that in and save. And now we should be able to go to listings / and then the ID. But let's actually, in the listings, we'll make the heading a link. So let's say A, and we'll set that to /listings/ and then the listing ID, right? Yeah, like that. And yeah, we'll end that A tag, and then we want to wrap that around. Okay, so it's going to go to listings / and then whatever that current ID is. So let's save that, reload. Now these are links. If I click one, and let's just look at the URL. So it's listings /1. If I click on this one, it's listings /2. Okay. So I think next we should set up our database. Now I'm going to be using MySQL, so there's a few different ways to get that set up. If you're using Xampp or Xampp, then you already have it installed on your machine. If you want to install it separately, if you're on Windows, you could go to mysql.com, and let's just pull this out. And you could go to downloads, and then you want the community. So community downloads, and you can download the installer for Windows. Okay, that's if you're using Windows and you're not using Xampp and you want to install it separately. All right, now if you're using Mac, then you can install it with Homebrew. Like you can just say brew install MySQL, and that's what I did. So I already have it installed. And basically, we're going to want to create a database. But before we do that, I just want to show you, if you don't want to use MySQL, if you can't get it set up or something like that, you can use SQLite, and that's basically just creating a file. So if we go to config and you go to database.php, this is where you define the database you're using. Right here, this connection. So it's MySQL by default. But if you go down here, you have options for SQLite, you have options for Postgres, for SQL Server, so you can use any of these. Excuse me. If you do want to use SQLite, where you don't have to actually install anything on your system, you can just change this to SQLite, and then what you would do is in the database directory, you would create a new file called database.sqlite. Okay, like that. I'm not going to do that, so I'm going to delete it, but I just want to show you can do that. And then all you would have to do is then go to your environment variables, so your .env, and then right here, no, not there, right here where it says db database, you would put in your database.sqlite, and you don't need a username and password. Now for me, since I'm using MySQL, I do need to set up my database, and I need to enter these values. All right, so as I said, I already have it on my system, so I'm going to come over here, and I'm just going to log in for now as my root user. So I'll say root, and I don't actually have a password for my root user, but I want to create a new user. Let me just clear this. All right, so I want to create a new user, and I have a MySQL cheat sheet. I'm going to put that link in the description if you guys want to use this. And it's pretty much everything. I mean, to show my users, I could run this. So that shows I have, my root user. But what I want to do is create a new one. So I'm going to grab this, and I'm just going to change. So this will be whatever password I want to use. I'll just use password. And then let's see. So some user, I'm going to change that to Brad. So we'll create the user. Now we want to grant privileges for that user. So we would run this. So let's pass that in and just change the username here to Brad or whatever you used. So basically granting all privileges for everything. Then we just want to run this flush privileges. And you can create users from PHP-MyAdmin, or if you want to use some other program as well. So I'm going to clear that up. Actually, I'm going to exit out because I want to now, excuse me, I want to log in with the Brad user. So I'll say MySQL -u. I want to log in as Brad with a password, and my password. Okay, so now I'm logged in as Brad. So let's create a new database, and if you look down here, it shows you how to do that. So create database. I'm going to call it Laragigs. Yeah, create database Laragigs, and that's it. We don't have to create tables or columns or anything like that, because with Laravel we have something called migrations, which are just files that we can run that will do all that stuff for us. All right, so if I say show databases, we should see Laragigs, okay? And then the credentials for my database I'm going to put in here. I already have Laragigs as the database. Username for me is going to be Brad, and password is going to be password. All right, so we should be all set up for MySQL. So let's just exit out of here, and we should be good. Now, like I said, I think I said it, we don't have to set up any tables or columns or anything like that with MySQL itself, through the command line or through PHP-MyAdmin or anything like that, because we could do it through Laravel with what are called migrations. So I'm just going to close this stuff up for now. And if you look in the database folder, let's close that up. If you look in database, you'll see a folder called migrations, and there's already some stuff in here. So if you look at the name of the files, you can kind of tell what they do. So create users table, create password resets table, create failed jobs table, create personal access tokens. So if we look at the create users table, which is here by default, it's going to be a class. So all migrations are a class that have an up method and a down method. So up, in this case, you can see is going to create a user schema and a users table. and it's going to include all these fields: an ID, a name, an email, a timestamp, a password. So it'll create all of these columns for us. All right. If we roll back the migration, it'll run this excuse me, it'll run this down method, which will just drop the users table. So basically, how it was before the migration ran. Now, this is going to run when we run my PHP artisan migrate, and it will create a users table. And if you wanted to, like maybe you want a username field, you could go ahead and add that in here, or whatever fields you want in the users table. But what we want to do is create a migration for our listings. Now, we don't have to manually create it. We can use artisan. So let's open up a terminal here. And what we want to do is run PHP artisan make :migration. And we're going to call this create _listings _table. Okay, so let's run that, and then you'll see it'll actually create that file. So let's go ahead and open that up. So right here, create listings table, and by default we're going to have our class and the up and down method. Now it'll create the listings table, and right now we'll have an ID and timestamps, and obviously we want more than that. So let's go ahead and add the fields we're going to want. So we can just say table and then the type. So let's say string, and we're going to want a listing, a title for our listing. So let's say title. All right, and then we're going to copy this down a bunch of times, and we want, in addition to title, we're going to want tags. We're going to want the company name, so company. We're going to want location, and these are all strings, so we can leave it at table string. And email, so that's going to be the contact email. Website, maybe they have an application on their website. And description. Now description is going to be longer, so instead of string, we're going to use long text for that. That'll allow for more characters. And also later on, we're going to add to this, we're going to add a logo field, which is going to be the location of an image, because we will have the functionality to upload images or upload a logo to a gig or a listing. But this is all we need for now, so let's save it. And now if we open up our terminal here, the way that we can, because nothing has been done to the database yet, right? There's no tables added, nothing. We need to actually run the migrate command to do that. And when we run migrate, it's going to run all the migrations that are in that folder, including the users table, including the listings, all that. So let's go ahead and try it. So PHP artisan, and we're going to run migrate. Okay, so no errors, that's good. Let's I'm going to check it. Now you can open up like PHP-MyAdmin. I'm going to use Workbench in a few minutes, but we can check it through here as well. So let's see, MySQL. I want to use the user Brad and enter my password. Okay, and let's say I'm going to say use and then the name of my database, which is Laragigs. All right, and then I'm going to say show. Let's say show tables. Okay, so now we can see all the tables, including users, including all this other stuff that came with Laravel, and our listings table. All right, and obviously there's nothing there. I mean, we could say select all from listings, and it's empty, of course. But we know that the migration worked out, so let's exit that. Now we should probably talk about seeding data and factories, because that's how we can quickly get stuff in the database just to test things with. So if we look in the database folder, there's a seeders folder and there's this database seeder file. So this will run if we run php artisan db:/seed. And by default, so you see there's this run method, and by default there's this factory, this users factory. And what this will do, if we uncomment this, if we run this, it'll actually create 10 dummy users, okay, using the user factory. Where this comes from is in factories, you'll see a user factory.php, and it creates the users with something called Faker, which is a library to just create fake names, emails. You could see this is a hashed password. You can use now for like the current time. You can use different string methods and stuff. So it'll actually use this to create users, and we can pass in a number of users we want created. So let's just try this out. We're going to uncomment this and save it, and then we'll come down here and let's run PHP artisan and then db:/seed. So it says seeding completed successfully. And if I check my database, now I could log in, but I'm actually going to open up MySQL Workbench. And you can download this from mysql.com. It's absolutely free. So let's see, I'm actually going to create, let's do, I actually haven't used this in a long time. Let's create a new connection. And I'm going to call this Laragigs, and then let's see, the user, I'm going to use my Brad user that I created, and then for password, put my password in there. Okay, and let's try to connect. Okay, so if I click on this, it's going to open up an interface like this, and if we click on schemas, we should see Laragigs, and we have tables. And you could see all the tables, users and all that. So let's look at users, and let's see, to actually see the data, we can click on this little icon, and now you see we have 10 different users. They have an ID, a name, an email, a password, which is hashed. I want to make this bigger so you guys can see it, but I'm not sure how. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I mean, you could use MySQL Workbench, you can use the terminal, you can use PHPMyAdmin. Just check it out and see if you have those users. If it ran successfully, chances are that they are there. Now, if you're using SQLite, there are programs that you can use. I think there's even a VS Code extension where you can see the data in your SQLite database. So you can use that if you want. What's the one I use? I think it's SQLite Explorer or something like that. But anyway, so what I'd like to do is be able to seed some listings. Okay, so we don't even need these users. Now, to get rid of these users, to basically to refresh the database, I could comment this back out. And actually, we don't even have to comment it out, but let's run PHP, and we want to run migrate :refresh. So if I do that, PHP artisan, migrate refresh. Now that's going to just run the migrations again, and this should be cleared out. So if I refresh this somehow, how do I refresh this? Let's say refresh all, and click that again, and now you can see there's no users in the database. All right, so anytime you want to refresh, you can do that. Now you can also refresh and run the seeder. And you can do that by, I'm actually going to uncomment this. You can do that by the same command we just did, migrate refresh, but then you can do --seed, and it will refresh and seed. So if I go ahead and refresh this again and click this icon, now there's 10 more users. Now I'd like to make it so that we can seed some listings. However, the model we have, we don't want to keep this model. We want an Eloquent model, which will have a whole bunch of methods like this, like all and find and so on. So what we're going to do is just completely delete this listing, this model of listing, and then we're going to create a model with PHP artisan. So let's say artisan make : model, and we want to call it listing. And you'll see if we run that, it creates a listing.php. Now, this class itself doesn't have anything in it. It doesn't have any methods, but it extends model. Okay, so we have, if you look at the side here, look how big this file is. So we have all of these, all these methods that do all kinds of things. And we don't have to really touch this file much. I mean, when we add relationships and stuff, there's a couple things to add, but for the most part, we don't have to really do much to the model. And if we come back to our site, Let's close the cheat sheet up. If we come back here and I reload, we don't get any errors or anything, because if I go back to our view, so our web.php, there's nothing we have to change here. All is actually part of Eloquent. So we can actually click on it and you'll see that it actually gets all the queries. All right, so really cool. So if we did have listings in the database, they would show here, because all and find are both valid, valid methods. So let's now go back to our database folder here, and in the seeders, I'm going to show you first how we can just add some static data with our seeder, and then I'm going to show you how we can actually create a listing factory and use Faker, much like the user does. Now I have a file called data.php, which I'm going to just put in the root here, and it's not going to be used by our app in any way. It's just some sample data, some sample listings that we can use. So I'm going to grab this first item with the brackets here, just copy that. And in our seeder, I'm going to go under where we bring in the users, and let's take the listing model, and we're going to call the create method, which obviously, creates in the database. That's going to take in that item that I just copied. Now we need to bring in the model. We could do this, app models user, or we could just import the class. Okay, so now you can see that the listing model is being brought in. We're going to call create. It's going to create this one item. Now I want to create two, so I'm just going to grab that. Actually, I'm not going to grab it. We'll just do listing create, because we're going to copy it from that data right here, data PHP. We'll just grab the second item here and copy that and put that in there. So now when we run seed, it's going to create 10 users, and you can change this. We could do like 5 users. And then it's going to manually create these two listings with our hard-coded data. So let's try it out. I'm going to come down here and we're going to run the same thing, migrate, refresh, -- seed. Make sure you do the seed or it's not going to add the data. So we get database seeding completed successfully. So now I'm going to open up Workbench here, and this is the users right here. If I refresh this, we should have 5 users now. Okay, so there's our 5. And if I go to listings, and let's click on the little table icon, there we go. So we have our Laravel full stack developer, or senior developer, full stack engineer, our tags, our company. So all that data is now filled in. And if we go to our application now and I reload, we're going to see those two listings, because this is coming from the database. And if I click on this, it'll take me to the first one and the second one. All right, so pretty cool. Now, what I'm going to do now is completely optional, but I'm going to show you how we can create our own factory, just like we have a user factory. So down here in the terminal, let's say PHP artisan, and we're going to say make factory, and let's call this listing. Yeah, we'll call it listing factory. Okay, so now if we look over here in factories, we have our listing factory, and it's just going to have this public function definition, and then in here we can put whatever fields we want, and we can also use Faker just like the user is here. So if we wanted a fake name, an email, there's all types of stuff that you can use. So where is it? Our listing factory. Let's see. We want a title, and these are just it's gonna look weird. Like, we're not gonna get titles like this. It's just gonna be like dummy text, lorem ipsum or whatever. And if you don't want to use this, of course you don't have to. Now this with Faker, we can say this Faker, and then I'm gonna make this a sentence. Okay, so that'll be our title, and then tags. I'm actually going to put these in, just hard code in. We'll say Laravel, because I don't think there's a comma separated value method to create with Faker. So we'll just manually put those in. And let's see, we have our company, And there's actually a company method we can use. So let's say this faker and company. All right, and we'll just copy this down a little bit. So then we also have email, and there's actually a company email method that we can use, which is cool. Let's see, website. So website, and there's a method called URL. And then what else do we have? Location. So location, and there's a city that we can generate, and then description. Now description is going to be longer, so what we can do is we can use paragraph, and then what we pass in here, I believe, is the number of sentences in the paragraph, so we'll say 5. And that should do it. I believe that's all the fields, right? So title, tags, company, location. Yeah. Now to use this, we want to go into our seeder, and I'm going to leave these two here and just comment them out. And again, you can do this however you want. If you want these to be the 2 that are added, that's fine. But I do want to show you how we can create, how we can use a factory. So we can say listing and factory, the number of listings we want. We'll do 6, and then we should be able to just do create, just like that. Yeah, so same thing that we did up here. And we'll save that, and now let's run the same command, the migrate refresh seed. Let's run that, and if I come over here and reload, now we have 6 entries. Okay, and the title, like I said, this stuff is going to look weird, but it's going to add it, we can get 6 entries really quick. And then it's only going to show the description and the title because that's all we put in the template, but we'll obviously change that up. So now we have a way to quickly add fields to the database, and at any time we can refresh it and reseed it. So let's close this stuff up. All right, so now that we kind of have our model set up, we have our database, we have seeders. Now I think we can start to build out the site, build out the layout. Now, before we open up the theme and start bringing in, all the HTML and the Tailwind classes and all that, I first want to show you how we can create a layout, because obviously when you have your HTML head, you have your menu and stuff like that, that's going to be on every page. The footer, that stuff is going to go in your layout, and then you're going to show your views depending on what the URL is inside of that layout. So what we'll do now is in views, let's create a layout.blade.php file. And like I said, we're going to deal with the theme in a little bit, in a few minutes. But for now, let's just put like a basic wrapper here, basic template. And I don't know, we'll say Laragigs. Ultimately, we're going to copy from the theme, but for now, let's take that. And what I want to do is render, let's just put an H1 here, and we'll say Laragigs. And I want to render my view here, right? So this is where my view should output. So here I want to use the yield directive. So I'm going to say yield and then content. Okay, now my views, I want to extend this layout and put my view here so that this stuff is all around it, which would be like your style sheet, anything in the head. You could have your menu here as well, anything you want on every page. And then in the individual views, so let's go to listings, and up here we can now say extends. We want to extend the layout, and then we want to wrap this in a section directive. So we'll say section, and the section is going to be the content. So whatever this is should match this. Okay, so both content, and then we also want to end the section. So end section, and later on I'm going to show you how we can use components, and we can actually we can make our layout a component, which makes it easier to extend without having to do this, But for now, we'll do it this way. And if I reload, we should now see, you can see we have a title up here, and we see the H1 of Laragigs, because that's what's in our layout. And then let's do the same thing with the listing view. So I'm going to copy those 2 lines, and we're going to paste that in here, and then we just want to end our section. And now if I go to the listing view, same thing, we have the title, so we have that layout wrapper. Now this part is going to be a little frustrating because we have to bring a lot of the layout, a lot of the theme that I created into these views and into the layout. So you're going to have to copy some HTML and bring it in and kind of do it exact so it doesn't look screwed up. So just try to bear with me. So in the repo, I'm going to have a folder called Laragigs theme, which is going to be just the HTML theme. It has, if I open up the index.html, just pull this out here. So this is just the HTML and CSS, and it uses Tailwind, so there's not even any custom CSS. All right, so we have the index page. Each listing is going to look like this. So ultimately, this right here, this list of listings is going to look like this. And then we have this hero, we have the search bar here, we have the footer with the post a job link, the post a job or listing form, the register form, login form. If we click on a single listing, ultimately that's what this is going to be, the single listing. And then just some buttons here. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So our layout has to have obviously the head, title, stuff, all that, and then also the header with the logo and the links. The hero is going to be what we call a partial because we're just putting it on the home page. And also the search, we'll probably make that a component because Blade does have a component feature where you can actually pass in props. So for instance, each of these listings will be a Blade component. We pass in the listing as a prop to show the data. So pretty cool. It's almost like working with a front-end framework. So Blade is a really, really cool thing to work with. And then to make it dynamic, you could use something like Alpine.js, which we're going to get into a little bit later on. So yeah, that's what this is going to look like. Now, as far as the files go here, the first thing we should do, let's just take this step by step. So there's a couple images like the logo, this Laravel logo. This is a background image for the hero. And then this is what I'm using when listings don't have an image. It will just be the Laravel logo. So let's go over here and you'll see there's a public folder, and that's going to be our public assets. So I'm going to create a folder in there called images. So let's do that, and then let's bring over those 3, logo PNG, Laravel logo, and no image. We're going to bring those over to public and images. All right, so that's the first step. Now, these HTML files, I'm actually going to open up this whole folder within Sublime Text. And I'm opening in Sublime Text so you know the difference. You know that if I'm in Sublime Text, I'm working within the HTML theme. And if I'm in VS Code, obviously that's our project. So let's see here. For the layout, ultimately that's going to have all this stuff. But if we look down here, we have our hero, which that will be a partial. Then we have in the main tag, we have our search form, which will ultimately be a component. And then this grid, this div with the grid, and this is going to have all the items. You can see item 1, item 2. They're just hard coded. So I think what I want to do is, let's see, I think we should do the listings page first, which is basically this whole div. Yeah, let's take this div, just this first div right here, nothing else. Let's go to listings. Yeah, listings.blade, and we want that to be outside of the for each and the unless. Actually, we can replace this heading. Let's get rid of that. And then we want to make sure we end this. So under the unless, let's do a /div. Okay, so now everything's in there. Now I'm going to take just the first item here. So the div starts there and ends here, because we just need one of these, because remember, this is going to be dynamic. So let's copy that, and then we loop through the listings, and instead of this, I'm going to paste this in. Okay, so if I were to just save this now and take a look at our project, you can see it's still it's going to show 6 items because it's still coming from the database, right? For each listing, which are 6 in our database, it's going to show this HTML. Now the title here, let's change this from being hard-coded to dynamic. So we have our listing, and then we could do this syntax like we were doing before, like listing title. That should work. Let's try it out. Yeah, but when we're dealing with Eloquent models, it actually gives us what's called a collection. And with collections, we can actually do this syntax with the arrow. So that should work as well, which I prefer. I think that looks much cleaner. So that is the title. This is going to be the company. So let's replace this with title company. Okay, so if we reload that, whoops, title company. What the hell is wrong with me? Listing company. All right, and these are just from the database. It's the dummy data. Now this right here, the UL, this is all the tags. I'm just going to leave that for now because we're going to have to do something different with that. So just leave that as hard-coded tags for now, and then the location is going to go here. So this will be listing location. So now we should see these dummy locations. All right, so that's all we have to change here for now. And the reason we're not seeing it styled is because we didn't put the head with the Tailwind link and all that stuff in the layout yet, right? The layout is just this. So now let's go back in here and let's take from the very top, so the doc type, and let's go down to, let's see, we have the hero. That's actually going to be a partial. And this div right here, that's already in the listings. So yeah, all we really have to do right now is go down to the nav. All right, so the very top of the file down to the nav, I'm going to put that in the layout above the yield. Okay, so we'll paste that in. And then for under the yield, we're going to get, let's go down to the bottom here. We're going to get from the closing HTML, and let's go up to the footer. Actually, let's also put the main tag. We actually want main wrapped around this. So that'll be the ending main tag, and then everything under that, which is the footer, down. Like that. All right, so let's save that, see what we get. All right, cool. Let's make this a little bigger so we can see. Okay. Now, let's see. The reason we're not seeing the images here in the listings is because if we look in our listings blade, it's trying to show Acme PNG. What I want to show is the no image PNG. All right, so if we say no dash image PNG, now those images are going to show, and they don't show on very small screens, so it's fine if you don't see them when it's smaller. Now there is an asset helper that we can use to show public images like this, which you probably should use. So we're going to wrap this. Let's close that up for a second. We're going to wrap this in curly braces, and we can say asset and then pass in the path like this. So that will wrap that and then do that. So that should work. Let's see, reload. All right, that still works. And we're going to do that for the logo, which is in the layout up at the top here. So the logo image right here, I'm going to wrap that. Let's see, logo.png. We want to close that up. Let's make sure that still works. And then also, whoops. Well, I was going to say the hero, but we didn't put that in yet. Now the hero is going to be a partial, right? Because we have the search bar and we have the hero. If we go back to the index HTML, let's go up here and let's see. So the hero section, I tried to label everything nicely so you can tell where everything is. But this section right here, I'm going to copy that. And then what we're going to do is use a partial. So in the views folder, we're going to create a folder called partials. And inside partials, we'll create a file. Now the convention is to use an underscore, so we're going to call this underscore.hero.blade.php, and then we can just paste that in. Okay, we don't need the comment here. So yeah, we'll paste that in, close it up, and then I'm also going to put the search. Ultimately, we'll probably use a component for this, but for now, we'll just take that search form, and in partials, we'll create an underscore search.blade.php. Paste that in, save it. Good. Now, the hero I only want to show on the home page, which is the listings page. So in listings.blade, let's go right above, we'll go right above the div, the grid div, and we can say include, and we want to include underscore hero, or I'm sorry, we want partials because it's in the partials folder, dot underscore hero. I believe that should work. Okay, so now that shows there, and if I go to the listing, single listing, okay, so that's not working because it's going to show HTML. So we just want to make sure we change this now. Actually, it's going to be slash listings slash, and then in here, the listing ID. All right, so now if I click on that, that'll go to the single listing, which isn't styled yet, but that's fine. We'll handle that after. All right, so yeah, we have that. Now the search, that's only going to show, I want that to show on both the listings, the home page, and the single listing. So what we'll do is go up here and let's see, we have our partials coming in here. Let's put the search right under it. So I'm also going to include, I'm not putting it in the layout because I don't want these to show on every single page. So this is going to be partials dot underscore search. So if I reload that, now we have the search here. All right, now I'm also going to put that on the single listing. So let's go to listing and put that there. And if we go to the single listing, now we see the search again. Let me just stretch it out, make sure that oops, I keep hitting the logo. We should probably fix the logo link. Yeah, because I can't get back. So in the layout, the logo link is index.html. We're going to just change that to slash. So now, if I click on the logo, it should take us home. All right, cool. And again, let's just check it out. Okay, I think that looks all right. So we have our layout, and I know this, it's kind of frustrating when you're copying like a bunch of HTML and classes and all that, but I do want this to look decent. So I think next we should do the single listing formatting, because right now, if we go to listing.blade, it's just this. So if we open up our theme, and I think we're all set with index.html, so we can close that up, and let's go to show HTML. And all we don't need like the search and all that. It's just this div right here with MX4 and then the A tag above it, the back. So let's grab the div and also the A tag. Okay, so we'll just grab that and copy it and then paste it in here. If we save that and reload, should look like that, but this is all, obviously it's all hard coded, so we want to replace some stuff in here. For the image, I'm going to use the asset helper. So we'll say asset, we'll wrap this images slash, and let's use no image, no dash image, and make sure we add the ending on here, and that should show the Laravel logo now. For the title, right here, let's change that to listing title. Let's change the company name. So that's going to be listing company. We'll leave the UL, the tags for now. And then the location. So listing location. And here we have the description. So we're going to replace paragraphs here with the listing description, description. Jesus, I can't type or spell. All right, and then let's see, we have the mail to here. We want to just take this email right here, and we want to put in the contact email, which is going to be listing email. And then for the website, let's replace this. So that'll be the listing website. And I think that should do it. So let's save it, reload, and now we have, it's all dynamic except for the tags here, which we'll get to. And the back, we should probably change that link to, let's see, instead of index.html, it's just going to go /. So reload, now we should be able to click back. All right, so now we have all of our listings and we can go to each page. Good. Now, next thing I'd like to do is, actually one other thing I want to show you in the routes file, since we're now using Eloquent, since we're using Eloquent models, we can use something called route model binding. Now here, right, we have listing /ID, we're passing in the ID, we're getting the listing by that ID. If I were to go to, listing / and then something that doesn't exist, I'm going to get this error. Now, one thing we could do, if we do it this way, is we could put a variable. We could have a listing, and we would take this, cut that, and put that in here, right? And then what we could do is check to see, we'll say if listing. So if listing, then we'll take this, and whoops, wrong button. We'll take this and put that in here, and then set listing to listing, right? And then else, then we could handle this how we want. We could do an abort and do 404, right? So now if I come back over here and I reload, now what's cool is when we use Eloquent models, we can use something called route model binding. So instead of passing in ID here, I could pass in listing, and in the function here, we could do we pass in our listing model and then a variable of listing, and these should match this and this variable. And then instead of having to do find ID, the listing will just be available in here. So I can just pass it into the view like this. And I don't have to do this check because it'll automatically have this 404 functionality. So what I'll do is copy this return right here and just replace all this, right? So that all we have is, loading our view, passing in the listing. This is coming from here, from this function. So now if I go over here and reload, we still get the 404. And if I go to a listing that actually does exist, then that works. Okay, so much cleaner. Now I think what we should do next is look at components. So I'm going to close up the view for now. I'm sorry, the routes for now, the single listing page. And in the, we'll close the layout too. But in the listings, right, so this page here, I want each of these to be a component. So we have the grid right here, and then we're looping through the listings, and then this here is what each one of these are. So I want this to be a component. So what we can do is grab this div right here, and let's cut that. And then in the views folder, we're going to create another folder called components. Okay, and then in components, let's create a new file here, and we'll call this, let's call it a listing-card component. So it's going to be .blade.php. All right, and then in here, I'm going to go ahead and paste this in. Now we need access to listing, right? So this component is actually going to take in a prop. and we define our props up here. We say at props, and then we can pass in here an array of props, and we want the listing prop. That's going to be passed in. So back in our listings, in this for each, the way we can access that component is like this. We can say x dash and then the name of the component, which is listing dash card, and we can end it like that. Now if I wanted to pass in just like a regular string, I could say listing, and I could do this. However, since I want to pass in a variable like that, listing, then to bind that to this prop, we have to add this colon right here. Okay, so if you're going to pass in a variable, then you want to have this prefix with a colon. So let's go ahead and save that. Let's make sure our component is saved, and let's reload this. And you can see we get the same result. Now what I'd also like to do, if we look in the listing card, there's this div with the background gray, the border gray, and rounded, and padding 6. So that's this right here, this gray background. We also have this in some other areas on the listing page. You can see it's around this whole thing, and we don't have the form set up yet, but those will also have that background. So I think what we should do is have a card component that wraps around whatever we want. So in components in that folder, let's create another file, and we'll just call it card.blade.php. All right, and then what we're going to do is take this div, just this div right here, and grab that, paste that in, close it. Now, if you want a component where you want to wrap it and have, because with the card we just did it, it's self-closing. But if we want to be able to do something like this, X card, and wrap it and have a closing tag and then put something in it, what we can do is use a slot. All right, so inside here, we're just going to have a variable called slot, and whatever we pass in, whatever we surround the tags with, will be output here. All right, so let me show you. If we go back to listing card and we replace this div here with, let's say, x-card, and then we want to make sure that we close it down here. So let's see, we have that div. So this right here, we want to get rid of that, and we want to have our ending xcard and save, and we should have the same thing. All right, and now we should also be able to go to our listing page. So let's go over to views and then listing, and right here you can see it's the same kind of thing. Now it does have a little more padding, so I'm going to show you how we can pass in extra classes if we want. But let's just get rid of actually this whole thing. So this div ends right here, right? It's a second to last div, I believe. Yeah, so we have this MX4 around it. So what we'll do is replace this with x-card, and down here that's already replaced for me. So I'm going to save that, and let's reload, and we get basically the same thing. The padding is a little less though. Now, if I want to pass in a class, so like for this xcard, if I want to do this and do p-10, actually let's make it bigger so we can actually see the difference. So we'll do like p24 for now. If I save and reload, that's not going to do anything. If we want to be able to add attributes in here and have them actually work, then we need to go into the component and we need to add to this. All right, so on this div right here, what we'll do is open up our curly braces, and we're going to say attributes. So we have this attributes variable, and then we can say attributes merge, and then we pass in here an array and whatever attribute we want, so class, and then we can set that to whatever we want, which in our case is going to be these classes here. So I'm going to just copy those, and then we can completely get rid of the class attribute here and then put the classes in here as this array value. So now what will happen is it'll use these classes by default, but it'll also merge any other classes excuse me, any other classes that we add. So now if I come over here and reload, it breaks. Let's see. Attributes, did I misspell? Oh, I did misspell it. All right, so let's try that again. And now you can see we have that wide padding because in the listing I passed in, where is it? Was it this? No, it's a listing right here because I passed in this. I don't actually want it that big. I just wanted to make sure that we could tell the difference. So I'm going to make it P10. All right. And I could pass any class that I want into this. I could do like BG black into this card component and that would work. All right. So hopefully that makes sense. And we're going to be using this card component for like our forms and in a few places around the site. So hopefully that gives you an idea of how you can use components, how you can pass in props, how you can use this slot if you want to surround something with the component tags. So pretty cool. So what I'd like to do next before we get into controllers is handle the tags. So this on the listing page as well as the listing card component, we have these tags, right? That's coming from here, listing card. Well, we have it in two places, right? We have it in listing card and we have it on the single listing page, this UL right here. So I want to make a component for this. So what I'll do is in listing card, I'm going to grab that UL and I'm just going to cut that for now. And then in components, let's create a new file here and let's call this, what do we want to call this? Let's call it listing-tags.blade.php. And we'll paste this in here. Now, at the moment, this is just a hard-coded list with just Laravel API backend view. We want this to come from the database. And in the database, we have if we take a look, let's see, I'll open up MySQL Workbench. And let's see, listings. If we refresh this. So if we look at tags, right now, they're all the same, but it's a comma-separated value list, right? So we have Laravel, comma, API, comma, backend, and we want to display it like this. We want to display it in an unordered list. So what we'll do is we'll take in the categories, right? Or not categories, the tags as props. So let's say @props, and that's going to take in an array, and let's call the prop tags CSV because that's what it's going to get passed in. It's coming from the database. It's going to be a comma-separated value list. Now I actually want to turn that into an array so I can loop through and then display it as you see here. All right, so basically for a list item, I want to be able to loop through. So I'm going to actually use my PHP directive. So let's say nphp, and we can put whatever we want in here. So let's say tags, we'll create a variable, and then we're going to use the explode function, which is going to take in as a first param, where do we want to split the string? We want to split it by the comma. All right, and what we want to pass in here as a second argument is going to be the prop. So tags, tags CSV. All right, so it's going to turn that comma-separated value list into an array and put it into this variable. So now down here, let's get rid of all but one of these list items. And then let's go ahead and do a for each. And we're going to say for each tags as tag, and let's go ahead and add the end for each, and then we should be able to just switch this out, and in here we're going to put the tag, and then I also want to be able to click on it and filter by that tag, filter the posts or filter the listings by that tag. So for the href here, let's say / and then we'll pass in as a query param tag and set that to whatever the tag is. All right, so now let's save this, and then let's go to our listing card where we had that UL, and now we can use our component. So x-listing-tags, and then we want to pass in here, tags CSV, and set that to, what do we want to set that to? The listing. So listing and tags. right? So let's save that. Let's check it out. And there we go. So now we can see Laravel API backend, and they're all going to have that because that's what is in the database. Now, I also want the same thing on the single listing. So right here, so all we have to do is use this component in there as well. So I'll copy this, go to the listing page. Where is it? Listing right here. Replace this whole UL with that component. You can kind of split this up a little bit. And that's that. So if I save, we come back over here and reload. Now these are coming from the database. So we were able to clean that up quite a bit with a component. And you can really separate things out into components, you know, even like with form fields, and you can really clean it up. So I really like the Blade components feature. So let's see, we have this page pretty much all set. And then we have all of these. So I think the next thing I want to do is create our controller. Because right now, let's close up the views for now. And let's open up our routes. So yeah, we'll just close these up. So we want to go into web PHP. And right now, I mean, we don't have much functionality. And this heading, we should have got rid of that a long time ago. We don't need that. This stuff here, returning the view, we could keep it this way, but usually you're going to have a controller for all your resources. So we'll have a listing controller when we start to deal with authentication and users. We'll have a user controller. So that's what we're going to do. Let's go down to our terminal, and we can use Artisan to create a controller. So we'll say PHP Artisan make controller, and we're going to call it listing controller. All right, so if we run that, that's going to create up here in app, and then in HTTP, you'll see there's a controllers folder, and then there's a listing controller, and it creates the class and everything for us. Now, we're going to have some methods in here. Right now, we're going to have, let's say, public, we're going to say public function index. Okay, so we want to have index. We're also going to have public function show. And the purpose of both of these, so we'll just put a comment here. So this is to show all listings, or get and show all listings. And then here will be show single listing. And all we want to do here is in the routes file, I'm going to grab this return view listings and cut that, and I'm going to put that into the index. And then this here, I'm going to grab this and put that into the show, and show is going to take in a listing. So I'm going to pass in listing and then the variable name of listing, and we just want to bring this in. So I'm going to import the class, the model, so that it imports that up here, and then let's save that. Now instead of having these functions here, we're going to replace these with the controller. So let's just grab this and delete that. And we want, so what we're saying here is we want this slash, we want that to go to the listing controller and the index method. So we can pass in here some brackets, and we'll say listing controller, and then the way that we do this is we do class, and then we pass in the method, which in this case is going to be index. All right, and then we want to do the same here. So we want to get rid of this function and pass in some brackets and say listing controller class, and then we want to pass in the method name, which is going to be show. And now if we save that, hopefully if I reload, now we get the same exact thing. We just move the functionality into a controller. Now I want to talk a little bit about naming conventions. So I'm going to paste something in here. So when we have a resource like a blog post, a user, a listing, an employee, whatever that resource is, there's 7 common resource routes that we have routes and methods that we have to deal with those, and they do specific things. So we already have index and show. Index will show all listings. Show will show a single listing. We also have create, so that will display the form on the page to create a new listing. When you submit the form, that will be the store that stores the new listing. Then you also have an edit page, which will show the edit form on the page, and then an update to actually update the listing. So you'll submit the edit form to update, and then destroy to delete the listing. Okay, we're using listings, but this could be absolutely any kind of resource. So it's actually a better convention for us with our views, which are, let's go into resources, views. Instead of having these called listing.blade and listings.blade, what I'm going to do is create a folder called listings, right? And then I'm going to move the listing and listings into the listings folder. So I'm going to move those, and I'm going to rename the listings, right? So this right here, listings, we're going to rename that to index.blade.php. And then listing, which is the single listing, we're going to rename that to, as you probably guessed, show.blade. Now this is going to break because in our controller, we're loading the view of listings and listing, which don't exist anymore. So what we can do is actually say listings.index, because we have it in a listings folder and then a file called index. And then here, this would be actually listings.show. So if we go ahead and reload, now that should work. So that's the convention that you're going to see a lot of for these different, these common resource methods and views. All right, now before we get into filtering, because I think the next big thing I want to do is be able to filter through this search form as well as clicking on these tags. Before we get to that though, I want to show you another option that you can use for your layout. So right now we're using, in our layout, we have this yield, and then whenever we have a page where we want to use the layout, we have to extend it, and then we have this section that wraps around it. So section, end section. A way that I like to do it that I think is easier, especially if you're going to have a lot of different views, a lot of pages, instead of having to keep doing all this, another way to do it is to have your layout be an actual component. So what I mean is we can take this layout, and you don't have to do this. I mean, if you want to put it back to how we have it, that's absolutely fine. There is no better or worse way. But I'm going to move layout to components. And instead of the yield here, since it's a component, remember we can do this slot. So if we want to wrap this around something. So we'll put a slot here, and then in the views that we want to use, so in listings, we have index and show, instead of doing this, like extends and then the section and the end section, we'll just wrap the layout component around that. So x dash layout, and then down here x layout. Okay, and then the same thing on the show page. Instead of doing the extends and section, we'll just simply do x layout, and down here get rid of that and x layout. And now if I come over and I reload, we should have the same exact thing. All right, so again, it's just another way of doing things. This way, anytime you add a new view, all you have to do to use the layout is wrap it in this instead of extending and all that. All right, just make sure that you, instead of the yield, you put the slot here. Okay, so now let's close all this up. Let's see. I'm just going to keep this stuff here so that you guys have it for reference. Actually, we'll put it, let's put this up here, because we are going to be creating all of these views and methods, or routes to the method that loads the view. But now what I'd like to work on is filtering. So let's start off with the tags, right? So if I click on one of these, it takes me to, I'm on the same page, but now I have this query string up here of tag, and it's equal to Laravel because that's what I clicked on. If I click on API or backend, it'll show those. So I want to be able to then filter the post by only posts that have that particular tag. So there's quite a few ways we can do this, just like with most things. What I want to do is what's called a scope filter. Now first, do you remember how we get this? How do we get this value from here? We went over it in the very beginning when we were looking at routes. Well, we're going to go into the controller now since we're working in the controller. And this is the index page here that we're on, but we have this query string of tag. So the way that we get this, let's go above the return and let's use our DD. Remember the die dump function? And in here, we want the request. And there's a few ways we can do this. We can use dependency injection, and we can say request like that. And then let's show the request, right? And I believe, this is already being brought in, this request. So let's save that, and then let's come over here and reload. All right, and now if we look at query right here, we should have this tag, and right now it's equal to Laravel. So that's how we can get it. Now there is a request helper, so you actually don't have to pass this in, and what we can do is just remove the money sign, and it's going to be a function. So we can do that. Let's see what that gives us. So if I reload, we get the same thing. If we look at query, we get tag Laravel. So it's up to you if you want to do it, the dependency injection, or if you want to use the helper. It's preference. There really is no right or wrong. I mean, some people might say different, but there really isn't. It's just preference. So now we know how to get our request. Right now, to get the actual tag, there's a couple ways we can do it. We can do it like this. So if I reload, you'll see that. Or what I'm going to do is we can just pass in tag like this, and reload, we get the same thing. So we know we can get whatever that tag is. Now we want to filter the listings by that tag, and we can do that with a scope filter. So in our model, we actually want to create a function. So let's say public function, and we're going to call this scope filter. And what this is going to take in is a query. So let's say query, and then it's going to take in an array of filters. All right. Now I'm not going to put anything in here just yet, but what this will allow us to do just by creating this is on our listing model, we'll now be able to filter. And by the way, instead of just doing all here, we can do listing latest, and this is latest is a function, so add our parentheses, and then we can do get. So if I do latest get, let's actually get rid of this die dump and reload. It's going to do the same thing, except now it's actually it's sorted by the latest. You get the latest first, and it's sorted, as opposed to just I don't know, I think all is just random order, but it's basically the same thing as all. It's just sorted. Now since I created that scope filter, what I should be able to do is add on to this and say filter like that. All right, and what I want to pass in here is going to be the request, and then in here we want to pass in tag, and that is going to get passed in as this filters. Now this, it has to be an array, so we actually just want to wrap tag here in brackets, so we're going to get an error. All right, and then I'll save that, and then in listing, let's just close this up. For the scope filter, what we can do is, first of all, check. Actually, I'm just going to do a die dump here real quick and pass in filters. This should be filters tag like that. That should give us the tag. So let's reload this, and yeah, we get Laravel. So let's actually check for this, because we want to make sure this only happens if there's actually a tag. So I'm going to put an if statement here, and we'll use the null coalescing operator, which is double question mark. and say false. So what this is saying is, you know, if this is not false, then move on. If there is a tag, then do what is in here. If not, it just won't do anything. So let's take that query that we have, and we can say where. And essentially what we're doing here is an SQL-like query, and we want to look in the tags column in the database. So we'll say tags like, and we want to have the request that comes in, we want to, or I should say the tag, whatever this is that comes in, we want to, it can be before or after, or anything can be before or after it, and that's represented with a % sign. So we're going to put in here a %, and then we're going to concatenate in here the whatever the request tag is. So request tag, and then we just want to concatenate, and we want to put another % sign after it. So it's just going to search for whatever that tag is in this tags column. All right, and if it matches, then that will get returned. So let's go ahead and save that. And yeah, we should be all set. So if I reload this, now if I click on like any of these, we're still going to see all the posts, because right now in the database, they all have these same 3 tags. But we can test it out if we change one of those tags. So I'm going to go into MySQL Workbench, and I know this is really tiny. Sorry for that. I just don't know how to zoom in on this. So I'm going to change one of these. So instead of API in the middle here, and you guys probably can't see this, but I'm going to change, I can barely see it. So I'm going to change it to view and hit enter. And then let's see, I'll change another one. It's this one here. Instead of backend, let's do, I don't know, let's say engineer. All right, enter. Now I do have to click apply for that to actually stick. So I'm going to click apply and then close. And now that should be updated in the database. So if I come back here, and for now, let's just get rid of the tag up here. And now we should see, let's see, yep, we see view right here. And then this one has engineer. So I'm going to click on the view, and you'll see we only get back this listing, because this is the only one with view. All right, if I click on Laravel, then we're going to see all of them because they all have Laravel. If I click on engineer, then I'm only going to see this one. So we're now able to filter by these tags. And that was pretty damn easy as far as the amount of code that we wrote. Just creating this little function allowed us to add on the this filter here, and we were able to just pass in the query string, or the param of tag coming through the URL. So pretty cool. Now I want to do the same thing with search. So if I search for something here, I want to be able to find it if it's in the title or description or whatever. So we're actually going to create another scope filter, or not another scope filter, but we're going to add to the current one. Now, before we do that, we have to set this form up. If I put something in here now and search, oh, it actually does show up here, because all we need is for it to show up here. But let me just check the let me just check that search form real quick. So if we go to our views, what do we have it in a partial? Yeah, we have it in a partial right here. And I mean action, yeah, it's just going to go to the home page. And you just want to make sure, I mean, if you copied the template, then this should be fine, but you want to make sure that it has a name, because that's what is actually showing up here, the name of search. And it's going to be a GET request by default. We don't have to specify the method. All right, cool. So, I mean, if we search for Laravel search, and then that's going to show up here. So that we don't have to do anything else to that. What we do have to do is in our controller, this is actually going to be pretty simple as far as the controller, because with this request now, we can just pass in addition to tag, we can pass in search. Save that, and now let's go into our model where we have our scope filter, and we're pretty much going to do the same thing. Let's copy this. And now on filters, we should also have search. Okay, or we shouldn't, you know, if we submit the form, we should have a search on it, and this should be available. Then we want to do query where, and then decide where do we want to actually search for this search term. So let's say for the title, so title, and it's going to be a like, so we'll say like request search, because that's what we're matching. And I do want to look in other fields as well, not just the title. So what we can do is add on to this. I'm going to go on the next line here, and let's say or where. And in here, let's look in the description. I'm just going to actually copy this and paste that in, and let's say description. Okay, so it's going to search description for the search term. And then we'll do one more or where. So I'll just copy that, go on the next line here, paste that in, and we'll do the tags as well. So if you type something in and it matches one of the tags. And that should actually do it. So let's save that. Let's just clear this out for now. And then let's grab a word, one of these dummy words. So we have Nemo here. Let's type that in. So Nemo, and let's search. And there we go, Nemo. Now it must be somewhere else in here too. Remember, it searches the description, so if we click in here, we should see Nemo somewhere in here. Just search for it, Nemo. Yep, there it is. All right, so if you type something in and it matches either the title, description, or the tags, if I search for view, that should show me this one because I am searching for the tags. And if you want to add another field here to search for, that's absolutely fine. All right, so I mean, I think it's really cool how freaking easy this is. If you try to do this with a minimalist framework, I mean, it's definitely not as easy, especially when you're dealing with SQL queries and stuff. Now, another thing that I wanted to do is install something called Clockwork, which you can install with Composer, and then you also need the Chrome extension. So let's grab the Chrome extension first. So Clockwork. And the reason I like this is because it can show you the exact queries that are being run. Let's say Clockwork Chrome. It's also available for Firefox if you're using Firefox. All right, so I actually already have it installed, but if you can go ahead and install that. And then we want to install it into our project with Composer. So let's say Composer require, shoot, I forget what the package is called. Let's just say Laravel Clockwork. It's going d/clockwork. All right, it's going d/clockwork. You don't have to do this. It's just a nice little tool. All right, so now I'm going to come over here and I'm going to open up my DevTools. And let's see, should I put them? I'll put it on the side. And then we should have a Clockwork tab. Close that up. Okay, so I'm just going to do a reload here, and you'll see that we made a GET request to /. It shows the controller and the method. It shows the status, the time it takes, but it also shows let's just make this bigger. If we go to database, it actually shows the query. So select all from listings, and the latest get that remember we changed the all to latest get, that added this order by created at and descending. Now if I click on one of these tags here and it filters it, and if we look up here, it doesn't automatically show you when you load another page. You have to look for it up here and click on it. But notice what we're seeing now. Select all from listings where tags like Laravel order by created at. So that like here, this is that filter. That's the scope filter that we created. So I don't know, pretty cool. And I just recently learned about this extension, but it really comes in handy. All right, so now we have our filter going. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do next. I think we're just about ready to be able to create jobs. Jobs, listings, gigs, whatever the hell you want to call them. posts. But yeah, I think we should probably do that next. So let's close that up. We'll keep the listing controller. What we're going to want to do is create a new route, a new controller method, and a new view. That's basically like the workflow when you're going to add a new piece of functionality. So let's see. Let's add down here. We'll say show create form. So we're going to do, actually I'll just grab one of the, I'll just copy this. All right, so the actual route is going to be /listings/create. Okay, and this is a common convention. You always want to prefix anything that has to do with listings. And you don't want to mix it up, like for one do listings plural and for one do singular. You want to stick to listings, to plural. So /create, and then that's going to be the listing controller, and we'll have a method called create. All right, so let's go to our controller now, and let's say show create form, and let's say public function create. And all we really want to do here is simply return a view, and that's going to be listings.create. All right, and then we're going to go into our views, and let's close that up. We have our listings folder here. Let's create a new file, and we'll call it create.blade.php. Okay, so if I just, I don't know, just say create here, and we come over. Now this button isn't going to work. You can see it actually goes to create.html, so we want to change that, and that button is in the footer in the layout. So let's go to our layout component, and down here where we see post job, instead of this, let's have it go to /listings/create. All right, we'll come over here now, and if we click that, let's see, that's still not working. So we hit that route, right? So it's a get request to listings/create. It loads the listing controller create method, and we have that here, public function create. We're returning the listings.create view. What is going on? Did I not save something? Listings create.blade. Huh. All right, I don't know what the hell's going on. Let me just check something real quick. Oh, I do know what's going on. So what's happening is when we go to listing/create, it's actually looking at this. It's looking at create as this. So you want to make sure that this particular route is at the bottom. So let's move that. Yeah, we want to move that down. Okay, so now let's reload that, and now we see the create view. So for the form, we can go to our theme, and there's a create.html, and you don't want to copy the whole thing, obviously, because you don't want the parts of the layout. What we do want is, let's see, I think we just want like the, yeah, this right here. So remember, this is actually the stuff that we have in our card component. So this div ends right here. So it's the second to last div. We're going to grab that, and that's going to be this. Yep, so we're going to grab that and copy it, and let's go into our create view, paste that in, and we're just going to, instead of using this div with this class, I mean, we can save this and reload. the reason it's not it doesn't have the styling is because we need to wrap this in. Remember, we have a layout component, so we just simply need to say X layout and wrap this whole thing. X layout. Now if we come over here and reload, there we go. Now this styling here is very similar to what we have in our card. Remember our card component? There are some extra things here like max with LG. That's what's making this really narrow. MX Auto is pushing it to the middle. MT24 is pushing it down. We have padding 10. So what I'm going to do here is, let's see, I'm going to just replace this div with x-card. Let's say class equals, and yeah, except rounded is already in there. These are the new classes that are not currently in the card component. And then down here, let's make sure we have the ending. Yeah, so that's going to be x-card. And then if I reload, we should see the same thing. All right, cool. So this form that we have, can I make this smaller? Let's see, yeah. So this form that we have, we want this to submit to the store. Remember in our routes here, create shows the form, but store is the function in the route that will actually store the listing. So whenever you have a form, you definitely want to make sure that every field has a name, for one thing, because that's how we can access the data in the form. So we have name company, we have name title, etc. And this action right here, we want this to submit to /listings, but we want it to be a post request. All right, so form, we want to set the method equal to post. Now with Laravel, you have a directive that you want to use anytime you have a post form. You want to use this directive, and it's going to be at CSRF. What this does is it prevents cross-site scripting attacks. So it stops people from being able to have a form on their website to submit to your endpoint. All right, so you definitely want to have this. In fact, I think you have to have it or you get an error. So yeah, we're going to submit this to /listings post request. So we'll save that, and then let's go into our routes, and we want to create our store route. So I don't know, I'll just copy this, and this is going to be, actually, remember, we want the single listing to be at the end, so let's just put that down there so I don't forget. So this we'll say this will store listing data, and remember, it's a post request. All we've been dealing with up to this point is get. So this is actually going to be changed to post. And it's going to be just /listings. So let's get rid of that. And it's just going to be /listings and then listing controller. And we're going to do show, not show, store. Okay, so we submit this form to this route, and it's going to call the store method, which now we have to create. And this workflow that I'm doing here is going to be the exact same for other resources where you have like basic CRUD functionality. So now let's create, let's say, store listing data, and we'll say public function store. All right, now store, we're going to need the request. So we could use the request method, but I'm actually going to do the dependency injection here, request. And we need to do some validation. Now, before we do that, let's do a die dump. And in here, let's pass in request. So we'll say, actually, we don't need that. So we'll do request all. I just want to show you something. So if we actually, company name, we'll do Traversy Media, job title, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna, this has to be a URL, I believe. Tags, do that. Actually, the file, I want to comment that out for now. We're going to do the file upload later, so let's just comment that out actually. And then we'll just all right, so if I click create, you can see what we get here is an array. We have our token. When we submit a form, we're going to get a token. We have all of our form fields as well. So you can get that with request all. Now for validation, it's really cool how Laravel does this because there's very minimal code that we actually have to write to both validate and submit the data. So we're going to create a variable here called form fields, or you can call it whatever you want, and we're going to set that to request and then validate. All right, now this validate is going to take in an array. We can specify what rules we want for certain fields. So let's say title, and for title I want this to be required, and to see all the different available rules and stuff, of course you can check the documentation. Company, so company, pretty much everything is going to be required. Now I will actually want this to have a rule that the company has to be unique. So if you have more than one rule, then you can use an array. So one is going to be required, and then we also have this rule that we can use, this rule class, and then we want to use unique. Now we can pass in here the name of the table that we're using, which is listings. All right, and then we can pass in the name of the field that this should be unique for, which is going to be company. Okay, so and when we get to like authentication, or when we get to registration, of course the email should be unique. If you have a username, that should be unique. All right, location, let's see, location, let's make that required. What am I missing here? Rule required. Why do we have this error? Oh, there we go. All right, location required. Let's see what else we got. Website. And I mean, you don't have to make everything required. Email. So email, I'm actually going to set that to, we'll do required, but let's also set it to email, meaning it has to be formatted as an email. And then let's do tags. And let's do, what else? Description. All right. So now form fields, if any of these fail when we submit the form, it'll actually send back an error to the view. So let me just show you. We're going to save this. You know what we'll do is just return. Let's return redirect. And we're going to redirect slash. Just by having this block of code here, let's go back. Actually, we'll just reload the submission we just did. And it's just telling me rule isn't found. So this, we actually have to bring this in. So we want to import that class, and it's going to be this illuminate validation rule. All right, so let's reload again. Now the form it's just showing us the form again. It didn't redirect, so that means that something failed here. Now to show the error, we can just go into our view, so our create view, and we can just go under each field. Let's go to the top here. So company name, we're going to go under the input, and there's an error directive that we can use, and then we pass in the name of the field, which in this case is company, and then we do an end, so end error. And here we can do whatever we want if this fails. So what I'm going to have here is a paragraph. Let's do a paragraph. We'll do text-red-500. Let's do text-XS. These are just Tailwind classes, and then margin top 1. And then inside here, we'll have access to a message. Now we just want to do this for every field, and then if that field has an error, it'll show it right underneath. So let's grab this. Let's go to this. What is this? The title. So we just simply want to change that to title. So really simple for you know, in-depth, pretty in-depth validation. So this is location. This one is website. This one is what? Tags. So tags, description. All right, so now let's just try and submit this. We'll say create gig, and look at that. The company field is required, title is required. So these messages are generated, and automatically we can just output them with this. And it's just from this block of code. So what else do we have here? Like email. So let's go to the, where is the email? Do we not have an email field? I don't. Okay, looks like I'm gonna have to add that. I'll make sure that I add that to the theme before you guys before I upload this. So in create, I just want to make sure. Let's see, go right under website or right above website, and let's say contact email, and we'll change this and this to email, and of course this. And then let's see, I'm going to reload this. If I click create, all right, and if I put something in here that's not an email, I'm going to get the email field must be a valid email address because I used this right here. All right, cool. So that's validation. And if it passes, of course, we want to create it. We want to have that created in the database, and that's as easy as just simply taking our model and using create. And we used create back when we did the database seeder. So we want to pass in here form fields, which will contain all of our data. All right. Now, once we submit this, actually, let's just try it out first before we deal with flash messages. So we'll add something here. Let's just say, actually, let's do Acme. Acme Corp, job title, Laravel, senior developer, Boston, email. Let's just do test at test.com, and we'll say Acme. Tags, say Laravel, MySQL, and I don't know, Nginx. And job description, I'm going to actually grab some dummy data for that. Yeah, just throw this lorem ipsum in. All right, so let's click create. Everything should be good, or not. Okay, so this is something that we need to talk about. So it says add title to fillable property to allow mass assignment. Now, by default, we have some protections where in order to add fields to the database, they have to be put into, they have to be put into a fillable property in the model. So there's a couple ways we can handle this. We can go to our model, which is right here, listing, and we can add the fillable property. So I could go right here and I could say protected, and we want to call this fillable. And then what we want to do is set that to an array and have any properties that we want to allow mass assignment to, which is what we're doing. So let's say title, let's say company, location, what else? Website, email, description, and I think that's it. Right? Oh, tags. All right, so let's save that, and then I'm just going to reload the form being submitted. And now we get redirected, which is a good sign. And if we look down here, you'll see Laravel Senior Developer. If I click on it, it takes us to the description, has all the field, everything that I entered. All right, now any resource you create, you can add this protected fillable to if you want to be able to have forms to submit like that. Now there is something else you could do, which is not have to worry about this at all. So if I comment this out, we can go to, I'm just going to search for a file. I think it's in the app service provider, which is in app/providers. And then in this boot function right here, we can actually do model, and then we can say unguard. All right. And we have to bring that model in. So let's just import that class. So if we do this, what we're saying is that we're allowing the mass assignment, and we no longer need to require you to add or us to add this fillable here. So even though I don't have the fillable, I should be able to post another gig. Let's do Stark Industries, job title, junior developer. We'll say, I don't know, Newark, New Jersey. Website, starkindustries.com. Let's say Laravel API. And job description, do I still have that? Yeah. So let's create this, and you'll see that that works. All right, even without the fillable, because I have this, I had that model and guard. Now, something really important to mention, if you do it this way, make sure that you know exactly what's going into the database and you have it set up correctly. Like, don't just don't create and then do something like request all like that. You know, just be aware of what is going into the database if you're going to use that unguard. All right, so now I want to show you how we can create what's called a flash message. So once we add a new listing here, I want to show a message that says listing created or something like that. So it's called a flash message because it's actually stored in memory for one page load. Okay, so once it shows, if you reload the page or you go to a different page, it's not going to show anymore. It's going to be gone. It's just stored in memory for that one page load. And there's a couple ways we can do it. So one, we could say session and then flash. Actually, I believe that's how we do it. I don't usually use this, but I'm pretty sure we would go like that and say message and then like listing created or whatever you want the message, and you would have to import this. But another way we can do it is directly on the redirect, we can just say with. So we can say with and then pass in message and say listing, we'll say listing created successfully. Okay, and this can be anything you want. You might have like different types of alerts. Maybe you have one for errors, one for successful messages. So you might put success or error, but I'm just going to use message, just a general message. All right, now if I save that, if we were to create a new listing, we're not going to see anything because this just fires off the message. We now need somewhere in our view to actually show it. So what I'd like to do is create a component for that. So in our components folder, let's create a new file and we'll call it flash-message, or yeah, message.blade.php. All right, and then what we need to do here is check for the message. So we'll say if, and then we have a session helper. So we can say session has, and then in here you would put in whatever you used. I used message, but you might have, again, success or error or something like that. But I used message, so that's what I'm going to put here. And then let's do our end if. And then in here, of course, you can format it however you want. I'm just going to have a div with the class of fixed. I want it to be fixed to the top. So I'm going to say fixed top -0. And let's do left. Actually, I need to do left half. I don't know if I can use Emmet with that, so I'll add that after. And then I also want transform. And let's do a BG Laravel. So that's the Laravel color for the background. And then text -white. And let's do padding on the x-axis. We'll do 48. And then padding on the y. So PY will do 3. All right, so we have this div here. I just want to add on to this. Let's see, we have top 0. Let's also do left and say -1/2 because I want it to be in the middle. And then I want it to translate. So after transform, we can do this negative or minus translate on the x-axis and then 1/2. Okay, and this is just how I'm choosing to style it. You can do whatever you'd like. And then what we do in here is I'm actually going to use a paragraph, and then we can say session and just pass in message or whatever you used. All right, so we have that, and then we can put that inside of our layout component. So let's go to components and let's go to our layout. Let's just put it down. It doesn't really matter because it's position fixed. So I'm just going to put it right above the body tag here. So x-flash-message, and that should do it. All right, so let's save that. Let's try it out. So I'm just going to reload this page, and let's add. Let's see, if we look at the data that I have here, we'll add, what's this, Wayne Enterprises. Yeah, we'll go ahead and use this. So Wayne Enterprises, let's say Laravel developer, and job location, Miami FL, test, website app, let's say HTTP. Wayne, what I call it, Wayne Enterprises, tags, job description. I'll just grab this. All right, so let's create gig, and there we go, listing created successfully. Now it's going to stay there until I reload the page, or if I go to a different page. Now it's gone. Now I don't like that, the case that it just stays there. So what we can do is implement something called Alpine.js, which is really, really cool. It's a very minimal framework to do just simple things, like if you want to click a button and have something pop up somewhere else and just have some interactive functionality, but you don't want to reach for a full framework like React or Vue. And it's awesome to work with Laravel and with Blade. So let's say Alpine, I don't know the domain, alpine.js.dev, and all we have to do is grab this script right here, and you can see an example. Basically, you have an element and you have some state. So X data, that's the data. They have open, false, and then on a button, they can simply do @click, and they can set open to true, and then whatever element has X show equals open, this right here, will respond to that. So really, really cool. And we're gonna, let's go ahead and put that CDN in our layout. We're gonna put this right, we'll go right above the tailwind. And now we should be able to use that. So back in our Flash message here, let's add on to, so this div right here, I'm going to say x-data, and we want to set that to some curly braces, and we're going to have a value of show, and that's going to be set to true. And basically what we want to happen is when this is initialized, this message, we want it to disappear after a certain amount of time. Excuse me. So there's an attribute called xInit. All right, so basically when this initializes, I want to run set timeout. So set timeout takes in a function. Let's close that up. So I'll pass in an arrow function here. And this isn't, we're actually not going to pass anything in here. We just want to say show is going to be equal to false. All right, and then it takes in a second parameter, which is going to be the number of milliseconds where we want to wait until it goes away. I'm going to say 3000, which is 3 seconds. And then we just need to add an xShow onto this. So x-show, and we want to set that to the show value, all right, to this right here. So after 3 seconds, that show will turn to false. And since we have xShow equals that show value, this will no longer show. It'll disappear. All right, so hopefully that makes sense. Let's go to post a job. And for the company, we'll say Skynet Systems. And job title, say web developer. Location, say Boston, Mass, and then contact email, test, website, doesn't matter, description. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and create the gig. We see listing created successfully, and there it goes. Okay, so 3 seconds later it goes away, and obviously you can change that. If you want it to be shorter or longer, you can change this value. So that is Flash messages. So one other thing before we move on, if we try to post a job, we filled some stuff in here, and we get an error. Like if I leave some of these blank and I submit, we get the error, but the data, the text in here goes away. So we don't want that. We want the whatever we put in the fields to stay there. So let's go to our create. And this is really simple. Laravel makes this really easy. All we have to do is go to the input, and we're going to put a value here. So let's say value, and then we're going to open up our curly braces, and we can have this old helper. So we can say old, and then pass in whatever the field is, in this case company. So now if I come over here and I fill in the company, actually let's just reload this. If I come over here and I fill in the company and we have an error, now you can see the company, the text stays in there. All right, so we just want to do this for all of these. So I'm going to grab that value, and on here, let's paste that in. We just want to change that to title. And for the input, I'm sorry, what is this? The location. Oops, location. And let's see, email. So we're going to put that here. And then we have the website. And then we have the tags. And then for the description, this is a text area, so we don't want to use a value. We just want to go in between the text area tags. And we just want that. All right, so now if I fill in, let's say all of these except the location, you can see all the text stays in there, which is what we want. Good. So one more thing I want to do before we do the edit and the update is pagination. That's something that I forgot to add. Because if you have 50 listings, you're not going to want to fetch them all and list them all on the page. So pagination is just insanely easy with Laravel. especially if you're using Tailwind, because by default, it actually the view of the pagination already uses Tailwind classes. So let's go to our controller and up to the index. And what we're doing right now is we're calling latest. Okay, so we get them latest descending. Then we're filtering. If there's a search or a tag, then we filter it. And then we get the listings. Well, instead of get, we can actually change this to paginate. If I just go ahead and save that and reload, that's going to work. All right, it's going to do the same thing. Now, paginate takes in a number, and that's going to be the number that we want per page. So just for now, just to test things out, I'm going to say paginate 2. And I'm going to go ahead and reload this, and now you'll see we only get 2 listings. All right, now since we used paginate, this actually gives us a couple other things. So I want to just grab this entire thing right here. You guys don't have to do this, but I'm going to grab that, and then I'm just going to do a die dump of that. So this is actually what we're getting. And if I reload that, you'll see, in addition to just getting the items, we also get like per page, we get the current page, so we get the total. That's from using paginate. If we just do get, like if I just do get like we had it before, then we don't get that stuff. We just get items. So that's what paginate gives us. So let's get rid of that. I just wanted to show you that. Now, obviously, we need a way to get to the next page. And the way it works is there's just, if we go to the URL bar here, we can just say page equals, let's say page equals 2. That gives us page 2. Okay. But like I said, we need a way to actually see the numbers, to click on the page numbers down here. And that's really, really easy. All we have to do is go into, let's see, we're going to do this in, where should we put this? In the index. Yeah, so let's go to listings, and in our index. All right, so we have our end unless. So we want to put this right after the last div. Yeah, so let's go under here. And I'm just going to have a div here. I'm just going to do margin top to push it down a little bit. So margin top 6, and then let's do padding 4. And then all we have to do to show the pagination links is simply do listings, and then we have this links. Oops, links. And that's actually a function. All right, so let's save that and then come over here and reload. And there we go. So we have, it shows us the results showing 1 to 2 of 10 results. If I click on 2, you'll see up here it takes me to page equals 2. Now we're showing 3 to 4 of 10 results. Click on page 3, and there we go. Now there's also a simple paginate. If you don't want to show the numbers and you just want like a next and previous, we can do this. It's a simple paginate. And if I reload that, now we just have next and previous. So, I mean, it's up to you on the style you want, but I'm going to go back to paginate. I'm going to change it to 6. All right, and if I reload that, we're not seeing any because page 3 doesn't exist anymore because I put 6 per page. All right, so now we just have these 2. That's page 2, that's page 1. All right, I think we have 10 listings, or I have 10 listings altogether. Now, if you do want to change the styling, like I said, it uses Tailwind by default. That's why it looks good for us. But if you weren't using Tailwind, you would have to style this. And the pagination package isn't direct. It's not available to us right now to be able to change this. So what you need to do is publish it. And there's an artisan command we can use to do that. So it would be PHP artisan, and then we want to use vendor : and then publish. All right, so if we run that, we're actually going to get some choices here because you can publish all these different packages if you need to change them for any reason. So we want the pagination provider, which is right here. Pagination service provider for me is number 5. Just make sure that you find the right number. So I'm going to hit 5, enter, and then what happens is it gives me this vendor directory. and actually it's vendor/paginate, and you can see that there's different templates. Let me just make this smaller. So there's different templates such as tailwind.blade, simple tailwind.blade. So those are the two that we've seen. The one we're using right now is this tailwind.blade. You can see it has the tailwind classes, and you can also use Bootstrap. You can use semantic UI, and of course you could edit this as well if you want to use your own custom CSS. Now to change the template, I believe if we do Control or Command P and we search for App Service Provider, I believe what we do is in Boot, we can do like Paginator. Yeah, it would be Paginator, and we could say use Bootstrap 5 or something like that, and it would use the Bootstrap template. But you'll have to look in the documentation to look into that further. All right, so now we have pagination. So the next thing we're going to do, I'm just going to close everything up for now, except for the route. And one thing that I meant to do earlier is the file upload, because right now we don't have the ability to upload an image. So what we'll do is go back into our create, and I have it commented out right here. Let's just make that a little bigger. So I have this commented out. I'm going to uncomment it, and we just have our label. We have an input. Make sure it's the type of file. And let's see, what else do we want to add here? We do want to put an error. So in case there's an error, let's grab that. And the name, so input should have a name. I have a name of logo, so we're going to change that to logo. And then whenever you have a file input, of course, you have to add an attribute to the form. So we have to add an attribute of enc type, and we want to set that to multipart/form data. So I'm going to save that. Now let's go into our controller where this is submitted to. So listing controller, and we have our store. All right, so this is where it's actually submitted. And before I do anything, let's just do die dump. And I want to show you that we can use request. You can either use the helper or you can use dependency injection here. And we're going to say request, and let's look at file, and then whatever we called that file, which is logo. So I'm going to save that, and then we can just put whatever in here. Oops, we have to reload because we need the file. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's just put whatever in here. This is kind of a pain in the ass. I could use a browser extension to fill this stuff in. Should have did that. But let's see, I'm going to choose a file. Now, I do have like all the images for the companies that I'm using. Is it on my desktop? Yeah, I have the theme on my desktop, images, and you could upload any image, but I'm going to grab, I'm just going to grab this Skynet, and let's say open, create, and then what it's showing us is what we get from that request file logo. So we have the name of the file, we have the type, which in this case is image/PNG, we have the file size, so we can get all that data. Now to store it, there's actually a method called store. Okay, so we can go like that, and the default location for this, if we come down here, there's a folder called storage, and then there's a folder called app. So by default, that's where it's going to go. But I just want to show you, we can get rid of this right here. And then I want to show you in the config folder, there's a file called filesystems.php. Now, there's different disks we can use, and the default is local. And if we come down here, you'll see for local, the root, the location is going to be that storage folder and then that app folder. Now, if you want your images to be public, then you're going to want to put it in the storage app public folder, and that's what this is. So public will go in that app public folder. You can also use like Amazon S3 if you want. You just need to set it up and get your API keys and so on. But what we're going to do is change local, the default disk, from local to public. All right, so we'll go ahead and save that. Now, before we can actually upload it, we need a field in the database for the path, right? Because in our view, we want to be able to say image source and then have, listings, logo, or image, or whatever you want to call it. So let's go into our migrations. Close, let's see, close this up. I know this can get confusing because it's such a large file structure. But if we go to databases, migrations, and we want the create listings table that we did a long time ago, it seems, and we want to add another field here. Let's put it company location. We'll just copy this title down, and we're going to change that to logo. And we can keep it as a string because it's just going to be the file path. We don't actually store the image, the file in the database. It's just a path to the file. All right, so yeah, we'll actually, let's add nullable to this. So if we say that it's nullable, that means that if it doesn't have an image, that's fine. This can be, this can be null. All right, so now let's save this, and we're going to need to run our migration. Okay, get rid of that. So what I'm going to do is actually run refresh, and I'm going to seed the database again too. Let's see, right here. So PHP artisan migrate refresh, and we're going to seed. It's going to get rid of the listings that we've added, but that's fine. So let's run that. And now if we look at our database, so you can use whatever, I'm going to use Workbench, and in listings, I'm going to refresh and then click this icon, and you can see we have all of our sample data, and then we also have an additional field of logo, which right now all the sample data is null. Okay, so now our database is ready for file uploads. Now we just need to actually get them to upload to the folder, and we need to say, that path needs to go in the database, which is really easy. So right here, let's first check. We want to check to see if there was an image uploaded, and we can do that with, we'll say request. So we have our request, and there's a method we can use called hasFile, and pass in here logo. All right, so if a logo is uploaded, then we want to add to our form fields. We want to add logo, just like we have form fields title, form fields company, all this. We also want form fields logo, and we can set it to the path and upload it at the same time by using request file and logo, or whatever you call the name of the image, and then we can call that store method. All right, so we want to call store, and in here I'm going to pass in logos because I want to have a folder called logos. Okay, in that storage app public, I want a folder called logos, and then we also just have to add here public, and that should do it. We should be able now to upload an image, and the path will get stored in the database. So here, let's just reload the create form, and I'm going to add here Acme. So Acme Corp, and job title Laravel senior developer, and location, contact email. We'll just do test. And then website, let's say HTTP Acme, and we'll just use this. And then here I'm going to choose an image. So I have an image for Acme. I'm going to click open. And then for the description, let's see, let me just find some dummy text here. All right, so I'll paste that in and create gig. Now let's look over here in the storage folder. So storage, app, public, and now you'll see that there's a folder called logos, and then we have the image. It doesn't keep the same image name. And if you take a look, we have our Acme image. Now let's look in the database. So I'm going to come here and let's refresh listings, and let's take a look. And here you'll see Under logo, this listing has a path of logos / and then the image. Now this isn't publicly accessible yet. What we need to do is create a symlink from the storage public folder to this public folder right here, because these images are directly accessible. And we do that by just running a simple artisan command. So down here, we're going to say PHP artisan, and then we can just do storage : and then link. And it says, yeah, the links have been created. So now I should be able to view it if I go to our website and then let's say /storage/ I think it will be logos, and then the name of the file. Let me just grab that real quick. I'll get it from the database. Yeah, actually I'll just copy this whole thing. And let's see, storage / logos, and there it is. All right, so that is the path to our logo. Now we need to change. The reason it's not showing up here is because we need to change. We need to do it in two areas: the card where the image is, and also on the single page here. So let's open up the card component, or I should say the listing card, and this is where we have the image. Now I do want the dummy image, or the Laravel logo. I want that to show if if there is no image. So we'll use a ternary. So let's I'll just clear this out. Yeah, we'll just clear this out and do this from scratch. So for the source of the image, let's say if there is a listing logo, then we'll use the asset helper, and we want to load that. So that's going to be, for the path, it's going to be storage / and then we need to concatenate onto that the path that's in the database, which is listing logo. All right, and then else, if it's not there, then let's show /images / actually we can use the asset helper here as well, asset, and then that's going to be /images / no -image dot, and I think it's, yeah, PNG. All right, so let's save that. Let's come over here and reload, and now we should see Acme for this one and see the no image for the rest. All right, now for the single page, we basically want to do the same thing. So I'm just going to copy the source here, and then let's go to our single listing, which is in views, listings, show. And for the image here, let's replace the source with that, and then I think that should work. Yep. And if we go to another listing that doesn't have an image, it'll show the Laravel. And of course you can change that that Laravel logo to whatever you want. Okay, so I think we got everything now so that we can start on the edit and update functionality. So let's do that. Close that up. So the route for this, let's say show edit form. And actually let's stick with convention here, do capital. All right, so we're going to do route get, and the endpoint that we want is going to be /listings/ and then we can use route model binding here, so listing and then edit. And then we want to do the listing controller class, and the method we want is called edit. All right, so we'll save that, and let's go to the what should we do? The controller first? No, let's create the edit link. So ultimately, we're going to have a link up here to go to all of our gigs or all of our listings, and we'll have an edit and delete there. But just for now, because we don't have user authentication yet, we're just going to put an edit and delete down at the bottom of the show page. So let's go to our show, and let's see, right under the X card, I'm going to create another X card. All right, and then we're going to just pass in a couple extra classes here. So let's do MT4 and padding 2 will display as flex, and let's do space between everything on the x-axis. We'll do 6. And then we'll have an A tag here. It's going to go to /listings/ and then we want to get the listing ID, and then /edit. And then in here, I'm actually going to put a font awesome icon. So I'm going to do FA-solid, and what is it? FA-pencil, I believe. And then next to that, we'll say edit. And the font awesome CDN is being brought in the layout. All right, so if I click that right now, we're going to get this. The controller method doesn't exist, so let's create that. Go to listing controller, and let's say show edit form, and this is going to be a public function called edit. It's going to take in a listing with the variable name of listing, and then all we want to do is return a view. So let's return, we'll say listings.edit, which we haven't created just yet. And then we're going to pass in here the listing itself, which is going to come from here. All right, so let's save that. Actually, let's do a die dump of listing just so we can see if this is hooked up. Yep, okay, looks good. We should be able to get specific fields like title. All right, cool. So now we want the view, which is going to be in views, and then we have the listings folder. We're going to create a file there called edit.blade.php. Now I think the easiest thing to do here is going to be to just copy the whole create form and paste that in. And then let's just change some stuff up here. So this will be edit gig, and here we could say like edit : and then the title, because remember we have access to this listing. And let's see, for the form, the action is going to be listing / and then we want the ID. Yeah, so listings, is that right? Yeah, we want listings and then the ID. So listing ID. Now we want this to be a put request because it's an update. However, we can't just in the method, we can't do put, right? We can only do get and post. So Laravel gives us a very handy directive called method. So right under our CSRF directive, let's say method, and then we're going to pass in here, we want this to be a put request. Okay, so then it will get sent as a put. Now, we want the form to be pre-filled, so instead of these old values here, we're going to replace that with listing and then whatever the field, so in this case, company. All right, then I'll just copy this, and we're going to do that to all of these. So this one here is going to be the title. And let's see, this one, let's replace that with location. Then we have email. Email. And then what else? Website. And tags. Logo, I'm going to skip that for a minute. And then description is going to go in here. For the logo, I'm actually going to show the current image. So let's go right under the input. And I'll copy from the show. I'll copy the image. So this right here. Let's grab that and we'll put that right here. Save that and then let's reload. All right, so we have all the fields here. And you can see the logo, the current logo is also showing. All right, cool. So in order to submit this, we need to have another route. So let's go to our web routes. And let's see, let's put this right here. We'll say, just say edit submit to update, and let's say route. Now this is going to be a put. Remember, the form is a put request, so we want to do route put. And let's see, the actual endpoint that we're going to want is just going to be listings and listing, like that. So put request to that, and then let's do our listing controller and class, and then the method is going to be called update. All right, because remember, we're following these resource routes. So edit shows the form, update will actually do the update. Actually, let's just call this, we'll just say update listing. All right, now we have to create that method. So let's go into our controller, and from here, we should probably just copy. Yeah, let's just copy the store. So this right here. And let's say update listing data. We're going to change the name of the function to update. And then we also want to pass in the listing. So listing. And then let's see, we want to do the validation. I think we should move, let's get rid of this rule here, because if you're editing and you try to submit a company, you know, your same company, this is going to fire off, and we're not going to be able to because it's already there. So you want to make sure you get rid of that. And I think that should do it. And then as far as the logo goes, we'll just keep that, so the logo can be updated. And then instead of taking listing and create, we need the current listing, which we can get from right here. So instead of using that and then a static method, we're going to do listing and then a regular method. All right, and then here, let's do redirect. Instead of redirecting to the home page, we can actually do redirect back. Actually, no. We want to return back like that. And then with the message, we'll say listing updated successfully. So we should see a flash message, and then it should go away just like, you know, before, because we used Alpine.js. So I believe that should do it. So I'm going to come back here to edit, and let's change it to Acme Corpse. And I don't know what else. We'll add something else in here like back end. So let's click create. We'll change the create. So listing updated successfully, except it didn't, because this should be Acme Corpse. That doesn't sound right, Acme Corpse. So I don't know why that didn't work. Oh, yes, I do, because this should be update, not create. All right, so let's try that again. And here I'll do back end. Updated successfully. Now we get Acme Corpse and back end. Good. So let's change the text of the create gig. So in our edit, let's go down here and we'll change that to update gig. And I'm going to change it back to corp. All right, awesome. So now we have our edit functionality. The last thing we want to do before we get to user authentication and all that is going to be the delete. So I'm just going to have a delete. Wait a minute. Oh, you know what happened is when I did have that create there, it actually created a new listing here, Acme Corpse. All right, so that's fine. We'll just keep that one to delete. Now I just want to make sure it doesn't do that again. It shouldn't because we changed it to update, but just to make sure, we'll get rid of backend. And let's click update. Listing updated successfully. We'll come back here and good. All right, now for the delete, this is going to be a little different. If we go to our show, we have our edit link here. The delete, however, is going to be a form because we're not just navigating to a page like we are with the edit. We're actually submitting a delete request. So we need to create a form, and then we need to use the method directive and use the type of delete. So let's go under this link here, and let's create a form. The action is going to be /listings/ and then we want the ID, and we'll create the route in a minute. Actually, I'm sorry, this is going to be listing ID, and we do want to add method post. So method equals post. However, oops, what am I doing? However, we want to add two directives, CSRF for cross-site protection, and then let's do method, and we're going to do delete. So ultimately, this is going to make a delete request. All right, and then we'll have a button. Let's do we'll do a class here of text-red-500. And I'm going to put an icon in here as well. So let's do FA solid and then FA-trash. And then next to that, we'll say delete, save that, take a look, go to show. And there we go. So we have this delete, and it's going to submit. It's going to submit to listing/listing ID as a delete. So let's go to our routes. And let's add that in here. So I'm just going to copy one of these. Okay, so this will be delete listing, and we want to change that to delete. And then the endpoint is going to be the same. So listing/ and then that particular listing. And then let's change that to delete. Okay, so now we need to go to our controller, and we just need to add the destroy method. So say delete listing and public function destroy, just sticking to the naming conventions. You could call it something else. Let's see. I'm going to pass in here the listing. Wait, did I put destroy in here or delete? Yeah, I put delete. So this is actually going to be destroy. All right, so now in here, this is going to be really simple. All we have to do is take that listing and just call delete. And then we'll go ahead and just redirect, semicolon, and then we'll return redirect, and we'll just redirect to the home page. And we want to do that with a flash message. So let's say with, and say message. We'll say listing deleted successfully. All right. Actually, let's not use uppercase here. So let's try that out. I'm going to come over to this. This is the one I created by accident, Acme Corpse. Let's click delete, and listing deleted successfully, and you can see it's no longer here. Okay, so we now have complete CRUD functionality. We also have the ability to filter by these tags, filter by the search. So now I think we can move on to user authentication. Now we already have a users table. Let's just close all this up so we can talk about what we're going to do next. So we know we have a users table because of that migration that Laravel comes with. We don't need to add any extra fields or anything. We already have email, password, name, and so on. So that's all set. Now we want this register to go to /register. Right now it goes to register.html, but we'll change that, and then we'll show the form to register. We'll be able to create a new user, and then we'll move on to the login and the relationship with the listings and so on. All right, so let's start off in our routes web file, and let's say show register create form. So route get, and the endpoint that I want is going to be /register, and then we're going to have a user controller, which we don't have yet, but we will. And let's say class, and then the method that we're going to have for this is going to be called create. You can call it register if you want, but I like to try to stick to these if I can. Now let's create the user controller. So we're going to say PHP artisan make controller, and let's call it user controller. All right, so we have that created, and we need to make sure we bring that in. So let's import class. Okay, looks like it was already imported. Just make sure you have that there. All right, now let's go into our layout and change the link for this register. So layout, and right here, we should get rid of the .html. /register. Let's do the same for login. Get rid of that. Okay, and now if we come over here and reload, click that, just says create does not exist. So we need to go now into our controller, user controller, and let's say show register /create form, and this is going to be public function create. Did I call it? Yeah, create. Again, you can call it register if you want. It's up to you. And then from here, all we want to do is return the view. And the view is going to be users dot, and I'm going to call it register. Okay, and then in our views, where are we? Views, let's create a folder called users. And then in here, we're going to have a file called register.blade.php. All right, we need our layout, so x-layout. This is why I like using a layout component, is because it's so easy to add. All right, so if we save that, now we come back over here. There we go. Now we have the form. I'm going to copy. You could copy one of the post form or listing forms if you want, but I'm just going to grab from the register HTML this div right here that has the BG gray and the border and stuff. I want that whole div, which ends right here. All right, so we're going to grab that, copy it, and then put that within the layout. And then this div, this is actually going to be that card component, but there are some extra classes here. So let's see, rounded is included in the thing, in the card component. So these classes are not. I'm going to copy those, and then I'm going to replace that with x-card, and then for classes, I'm going to paste in those new ones. And let's make sure down here that the ending div is xcard. All right, so let's save that. Let's reload, take a look. Okay, good. And then as far as what we're submitting to, let's go to the form. The action is going to be slash. Let's do slash. Trying to think of what I want this to be. Let's do users. We'll stick to kind of the REST API convention. It's going to be a post request to users. So yeah, let's do that. And then method is going to be post, And we need to add our CSRF directive. And make sure that the inputs have a name, which they do. And then for errors, so we'll do our @error, error, and then end error. And then in here, let's do our paragraph. We'll do text -red 500 and text extra small and margin top 1. And in here is going to be the message. All right, so we want to do this for all of these. Oh, I'm sorry, this needs to be passed in the name. All right, so let's copy that. So we have name, we have email. This error example, we can just replace that with that. Then we have the password. Oh, I'm sorry, we want to change this to email. We want to change this to password. Then we have the password confirmation. Let's see. Actually, you know what? I want to change the name from password2 to password_confirmation. I believe this is the convention we need to use for our validation for the confirm functionality. So let's do that, and then this right here, password_confirmation. And I think that should do it. Now this right here, already have an account, then we want this to go to /login, which obviously doesn't exist just yet. Okay, so that looks good to me. Let's save it, make sure that it works, that it displays right. So now we want to handle the actual submission. So we know it's going to get, it's a post request to /user. So let's handle that in our routes. We'll say create new user. So this is going to be route, and it's going to be post to just /users. And let's see, you're gonna have user controller class, and then as far as the method, let's use the store, because that's what it's doing. It's storing a new user. Save that, and then we're gonna go over to the user controller, and now we need to create our store. Yeah, we'll say create new user. Whoops. Let's see, public function store. Okay, now the store is going to take in, let's see, the store is going to take in, well, no, I'll just use the request helper. Or actually, what did I do in the listings? I want to try to stay consistent. So in store for the listings, no, I use this. All right, so we'll do that here as well. Okay, and then we want to do our validation. So we'll say form fields, set that to request. Let's do request and then validate. And this is going to take in an array, and we're going to pass in our fields that we want. So let's say a name. Name is going to be required, and let's also make it we'll do a minimum. So we can say min:3. That means it has to be at least 3 characters. Then we have email. So email is going to be required, and we also want it to be unique. Actually, we want it to be an email as well, so let's say email. And then we want it to be unique, so we can add in here a rule of unique. And let's say it's going to be unique to the users table. Yes, we want to pass that into the users table. We don't need this. And also to the email column or email field, which we need that. All right, what did I mess up here? We don't need that. All right, so and then the next thing I want is the password confirmation. So with Laravel, we can actually say password, because that's the field we want to validate. And then we can say, first of all, let's say required, but then we can also do confirmed. So what this does is it'll make sure that it matches another field called whatever this is, underscore confirmation, and that's why I use that as the name here. So right here, name password underscore confirmation. You want to stick to that convention if you want that confirmed. And then let's see, what else do we want here? Let's do a minimum. We'll do a minimum of 6 characters. All right, so that's our validation. And then, of course, you want to hash your password, right? You never want to store a plain text password. So we use something called bcrypt. And if you've done, Node.js and Express tutorials with me, then you've probably worked with bcrypt or bcrypt.js. Really simple. All we're going to do is take the form field's password value, which is the plain text, and set it to bcrypt and pass in here that exact thing. So form fields and password. All right, so we're just setting it to be the hashed password. Now, the way that I'm going to do this is create the user and then automatically log in. All right, so it'll create the session and all that. So let's say user equals, and then user, which is our model, and then we're going to do create, just like we did listings create, and pass in the form fields. All right, so that will actually create the user, and then actually I'll put so create user, and then we want to then log in. So we can do that with the auth helper, and then we can call login and pass in that user that was just created. Then we just want to redirect. So let's return redirect, and we want to return with message. So we'll say with and message, and then that message will say user created and logged in. All right, so let's save that. Let's come back over here and let's make sure our validation works. Rule not found, that needs to be brought in, so right here. And we might need to bring in the, did we bring in user? No, we didn't. So user, we have to bring that in. Okay, and let's try that again. What's this method? Validate required, confirmed, min does not exist. Oh, you know what? We might have to do it this way. So we can do required or confirmed or min 6. I think that might work. Let's try it. Okay, good. So the name is required, the email is required. Now let's test out the password confirmation. So I'm going to do, it has to be 6 characters, so I'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then this one 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the passwords don't match. Okay, this has to be an email. The password confirmation does not match. Good. Now, one other thing, we want to keep the fields. Obviously, we don't want them all to blank out. So remember how we do that? We use that old helper. So let's go to the input right here, the name, and we'll say value and set that to old and then name. All right, so we just want to do this for all of these. So for email, and let's see, password. All right, so now we shouldn't lose the value. So I'll try it again. Good. So now let's actually try and register a user. I'm going to register me. Say Brad at Gmail. Password. Sign up. User not found. All right, so we didn't bring in user. I thought we did. No, we didn't bring in user to the controller, meaning we didn't bring the model in. So we just want to do that. At models user. All right, so I'm just going to reload to submit. And we get user created and logged in. Good. So now we're logged in. The session's been created. I want to show different links up here if we're logged in. We can also put like a hello or a welcome message. So what we can do is go into our layout. Register.blade should be all set. So we can close that up. And then let's go into our views, components, and our layout. All right, so we want to go to where we have the links, which is right here. And let's see, we can use, there's a directive called auth, which is really cool because we can just wrap anything we want in auth and it'll only show if we're logged in. Now these, we want to show if we're not logged in, but there's going to be two others. Is it two? No, we'll have a welcome message and then a link to manage our gigs or manage our listings. So I'm just going to copy both of these. And I'm going to go right above here and paste both of these in. And this second one that I paste in, this is going to be to manage our listings. All right, and the route for this is going to be /listings/manage, and we'll do that in a little bit. And for the icon, let's do a gear icon. So FA solid and then FA gear. And then this one here, I just want it to be like a welcome. So I don't want it to be a link. Let's just get rid of everything in the LI. And we're going to have a span. Let's make it, we'll say font dash bold. And let's make it uppercase. And then inside the span, we'll say welcome. And now we have access to this auth helper, and we can say user, and then we can get from this user, we can get whatever field we want. Let's get the name. All right, so Laravel makes it really easy to just do stuff like this. Now I only want this shown if we're logged in, so I'm going to go right above this LI and just say auth, and then right here above the links that are for guests, I'm going to do an else. And then after those two links or list items, we're going to do at end auth. And that's it. Let's save, come back over here and reload. And there we go. So we see welcome, we see our name, and then the manage listings link. All right. Oh, we need a logout link too. Forgot about that. That's obviously going to go up here where our auth links are. And I think that's probably what we should do next is the logout. Yeah, let's do that. Now the logout link, it's not going to be a link, it's going to be a form because it needs to be a post request. Or we're going to make it a post request. So after this list item of the manage, let's create another one. And then this is going to be a form. And actually I'm going to give it a class of inline. And the method, so method is going to be post, and then the action, let's do, we'll do /logout. All right, now inside the form tags, we're going to have, first of all, we need our CSRF, and then we're going to have a button, and let's see, let's actually make this a type of submit, and we'll put an icon here as well. Let's do fa-solid.fa-door-closed, and then next to that we'll say logout. All right, let's check that. Okay, so now we have a logout link. Now we need to handle that route. So let's go to our routes and then say log user out. So route get. All right, and then that's going to be /logout. And then from there, we want the user controller class, and then the method that we're going to use is going to be called logout as well. Now in the controller, we're going to create a logout. All right, so let's say public function logout. All right, and then this is going to take in the request. And there's a couple things we want to do. So first off, we want to call auth. You can just simply say auth logout. So that will, whoops, this should be a small arrow. So this will remove the authentication information from the user's session. Okay, so that other requests are not authenticated. Then in addition to that, it is recommended that we invalidate the user's session and regenerate their token, their CSRF token. So to do that, we can say request, let's say request, what is it, session? Yeah, request session, and then invalidate. All right, so we want to do that, and then we want to do regenerate token as well. So let's change that to regenerate. Yeah, this one, regenerate token. All right, so the user will be logged out. Then we just want to redirect. So let's return redirect. And let's go to the home page and let's add a message as well. We'll say with a message, and we'll just say you have been logged out. All right, so let's try that out. Come back over here and let's just refresh this and click logout. The post method is not supported for this route. Wait a minute. Oh, this should be post, sorry. There we go. You have been logged out, and notice that the navigation links now change back to register and login. Cool. So now, of course, we want to be able to log in with a user that is already created. So that's what we're going to do next. So we need a way to show the login form. So let's create a new route, and we'll say show login form. It's going to be a GET request, and that's just going to be /login, and user controller class, and the method we're going to have for this is going to be we'll call it login. And let's create now in our user controller show login form, public function login, and then we just want to return the view, which we haven't created yet, but we'll do users.login. All right, and then let's create that. So down here we have users, and let's create a file called login.blade.php. All right, and then for this we can copy the register form because it's very similar. So we'll grab that, paste that in. Let's change this to login. Instead of create an account to post gigs, let's say log into your account, and then post request, and it's going to go to now login is a little different because it's not part of like CRUD functionality. So I think what we'll do here is just users/login. All right, and then we don't need the name, so we can get rid of that. We just need the email and password. So we also want to get rid of the password confirmation. And then instead of sign up, we can say sign in. And down here, instead of already have an account, let's say don't have an account, then register. All right. So if we come over here and click login, we see our form. What is that? Why do we have, let's see, email. Oh, you know why this happened to me before. So with the value where we have the old, this should have quotes around it. And we'll probably, yeah, we're gonna have to do that on the register as well. So yeah, let's just make sure that these have quotes around it. I don't know why it does that, why it puts a slash in there, but I had this problem before. So let's see if that worked. Yeah, so let's make sure that in the register we do the same thing. So anywhere where we have value equals old, we should have the quotes. Right here. Confirmation. All right. All right, cool. So let's see. This is going to get submitted to user/login. So now we need to create that route. So login user route, going to be post, and it's going to be /users/ let's see, actually, should we do, let's actually do users/authenticate. Yeah, we'll do that. And then the login, I mean, it's preference. It's up to you. You can do whatever you want, but I'm going to do, yeah, users/authenticate. And then in the method, we'll have, in the controller, we'll have a method called authenticate because we already have one called login that loads the login form. Yeah. So users authenticate and user controller class, and then we'll have a method called authenticate. Okay, so let's create that. Let's go into our controller, authenticate user, public function authenticate. All right, so now we want to be able to log our user in. Let's pass in the request, or use the request helper, whatever you want to do. And then our validation. So let's say, actually, let's just create, copy this. Okay, and then all we don't need the name. So we just have the email and then password. This here, we can get rid of this. And then for the password, let's just do required. All right, and then we need to attempt to log the user in. So there's a method called attempt. So this will go into an if statement. We're going to say if auth attempt, and then pass in our form fields. All right, now if that's true, then we want to generate a session ID or regenerate a session ID. So let's take our request object and let's say session and then regenerate. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and just redirect. Yeah, let's return redirect, and we'll go to the home page with a message. And let's see, we'll just say you are now logged in. Okay, now if this doesn't, if the attempt fails, then down here, let's just return back, and we can do this. We can say with errors, because what I want to do is instead of, because we have the errors under here, if the login fails, I just wanted to show under here and say invalid credentials. Okay, whether the email or password is wrong, just you don't really want to let the person know that that email exists. That can be a security risk. So whether the email is there or not, or the password fails, you just want just one message that says invalid. So with errors, that's going to take in an array, and we want to put it in the email field. Okay, and then we'll say invalid credentials. Okay, and then like I said, we want it to just show in the email, so we can do only input, and then in here pass in email. All right, so now if I come over here and I try to log in with something that doesn't exist, okay, I get invalid credentials. Now we know that I have a user of brad@gmail. If I get the wrong password, I still get invalid credentials. Okay, so it's not like they can come and see if the user exists or not. They're not going to be able to tell that, which is what we want. So let's log in with the correct password. You are now logged in. Just ignore this thing. And you can see up here, now we get our welcome message. All right, so we have register functionality. We're able to log in, log out. So it's exactly what we want. Log out, cool. So just what we've done so far, there's a lot of potential in things you can build. I mean, just having the ability to authenticate, create users, and then have some kind of resource like a listing or a blog post or whatever, and we have full CRUD functionality. We can also, filter down. So I think we're doing pretty good. I know this is a long video. It's basically a course. This is more than a crash course. But right now, there's not really any purpose of logging in because everything is public. We can add and delete. It doesn't matter. And obviously, that's not what we want. So now we want to work on having a relationship between users and listings. And ultimately, the user that creates the listing is the only one that should be able to edit it and delete. So that's what we're going to start to work on next. Now, at the moment, I'm not logged in, and I can click on post job and I see this create a gig form. I don't want that. Only authenticated users should see this. And of course, if I go and I click on edit, we don't want this to be shown to guests either. And then on the other hand, when I'm logged in, I don't want to be able to go to register or login. So Laravel has middleware that we can use to prevent this from happening. And it's really simple to use. We can just go to the routes, and let's say for this create form, I only want authenticated users. I can just put an arrow here, and then middleware, and then the middleware that I want to use for that route, which is auth. All right, now I'm going to save this, and I'm going to run into a small issue. If I click on post job, it says route login not defined. All right, and I'm going to show you where this middleware is. It's in your app folder, middleware, and then authenticate. It uses this function called redirect to. Now here it's saying return route login. Now we do have an endpoint called /login, but what this means, route login, is a route that's named login. Now we haven't used names, but to add a name to your route is really simple. If we come down to the login So show login form. If we go to the end here, we can say an arrow name, and we can name this. So we can call it login. Now, if I come back and reload, we're going to see the login page. So if I try to go to post job, we get redirected to login. If you wanted to change the functionality to do something else, you could edit this file. But yeah, so now let's add the auth middleware to wherever we don't want guests to access. So I'm going to just copy this. So we have store listings. We don't want, you want to be authenticated for that. Show the edit form, yes. Update listing, yes. Delete listing, yes. Single listing, no. Guests can see that. Register, obviously no, because you need to be a guest to register. Register a new user, nope. Log out user, yes. And yeah, so that should be good. Now, the same goes for guests. I'm going to show you if I log in now. So I'm logged in. Now, the register and login links do not show, but if I go to /register, I can access this. So what we can do is on the register form route, we can go ahead and add middleware, and then we can add in here guest, because there's guest middleware. All right, so I'm going to put that on the show register, and let's also put it on the show login, which is right here. Yeah, and even though we did name, you can still chain it on to this, chain the middleware on. So now if I reload this while I'm logged in, now what happens is it redirects me to /home, okay, because it thinks that that's my home route. Now we can change that in the route service provider. So up here, I know there's a lot of folders here and it can be a little overwhelming, but in providers, route service provider right here, you can see /home. Our home is just /, so I'm going to do that. And now, again, if I'm logged in and I try to go to /register, now I get redirected to the home page. Okay? So, yeah, I think we're good on at least protecting our routes. Now what we want to do is create a relationship between our listings and users, because a listing is going to belong to a user. So there's a couple steps we need to take. First off, we need to handle the database. So in our database migrations where we created the listings table, this right here, we need to add another field for the user ID so we can know which user created that listing. So right after the table ID, which is the primary key, we're going to create what's called a foreign key or foreign ID. So let's say foreign ID, and then for the field name, let's say user underscore ID. And then we want to also make this constrained. So constrained, and then I'm also going to make it so that on delete, let's say on delete, we're going to pass in here cascade. What that means is that if we have a user that creates a bunch of listings and then that user is deleted for some reason, then the listings will also cascade. Those will also delete. Okay, so let's save that. And this isn't gonna, nothing's gonna happen until we run our migration again. What I would like to do is do our migrate refresh and seed the data like we have been. However, now we need to account for that user ID. So what we'll do is in the database seeder, instead of, because we were just creating 5 users and then creating 6 listings. Instead of that, I'm going to create a single user and have that user own all 6 listings. So let's comment that out, and I'm going to set a variable here of user, set to user factory. So the same thing that we did above, it's just going to create a single user, and since I'm just doing user and not including app models user, then I do have to bring that in. So just make sure that you import that up here. Okay, now this will create one user, but I do want to take control of some of the fields, like the name and the email. So I could add on to this create, and you can pass in here an array of whatever fields you want to actually control or define. So let's define the name of John Doe, and we'll do the password. We don't even need the password because we don't really have to log in as this user, but let's do the email. We'll say john@gmail.com. All right. So now down here, when we create the listings, I'm going to pass in here. I'm going to pass in the user ID because that's what I want to define, and I'm going to define it as the user that was just created. I'm going to define it as their ID. All right. So now let's save it. And let's go ahead and refresh and seed our database. So we can do that with PHP artisan. Let's do artisan not DB. We want to do migrate, and then refresh, and then -- seed. Okay, so completed successfully. Now let's take a look at our database. I'm going to use MySQL Workbench. So if we look in list, actually let's look in users first. I'm going to refresh this and then look at the table, and you'll see that there's one user, the name John Doe, the email of john@gmail, and the ID is obviously 1. Now if we go to our listings and we check those out, you'll see that now there's a user ID field, and there's a 1 for all of these, so that John Doe user owns all of these listings now. So anytime you do a refresh and then a seed, that's what's going to happen. Now this Acme, this is going to go away obviously because our database gets refreshed. So if you're working in production, you want to be really careful that you don't do stuff like this. This is something just for development, refreshing our database, because if you do it and you're in production, you're going to get rid of all your data. All right, so now that we've done that, we need to create a relationship within Eloquent, within Laravel. So we need to go into the model. So let's first go into, let's go into app, models, and listing. So here we need to define a relationship. So the way that we do that is create a function. So down here, let's say relationship to user. And we're going to say public function and call it user. And then the relationship is going to be belongs to, because a listing belongs to a user. That's the type of relationship. So let's say return, and then this, and then we're going to use belongs to, and here is where we want to tell it, well, what does this belong to, so we'll say user class, and then the name of the field, user _ID. Now I don't think that this is actually necessary because the default we used was user ID, but if you had a different, in our migration, if we used a different name here, like I don't know, user identifier or something like that, then we would have to specify this, but I'm just going to specify it anyway. All right, so all this is doing is saying that a listing, we're in the listing model, it belongs to a user, and then this is where that ID is going to be stored. So let's save that. Now we have to do the same thing on the user side, so let's go to the user model. And now we can just add down here, let's say relationship with listings. So now we create a function here called listings, just like in the listings model, we created a function called users. And here we want to specify the relationship, so return this, and the relationship is going to be has many. Okay, so a listing has many users. So we want to do here, listing has many listings. So listing class, and we can specify that user ID is the field in the database. All right, so when you think about it, you just look at the file, and the file name is listing. So the relationship to a user is listing belongs to a user, and then user has many listings. All right, and there's other relationships as well, and of course you can look at the Eloquent documentation for that. Now, since we did that, we can now easily get a user's listings, or we can easily get the user of a specific listing, and I'm going to show you that within a tool called Tinker. So Tinker is a command line tool that we can use to work with models. You can even create, you can write queries, you can create, add things to the database. You can pretty much do anything you can do within your code. So let's do that. Let's say PHP artisan Tinker, and you're going to see this shell open here. Let's say we want to get the first listing. So we could say app models listing. So from the listing model, let's use the first method. So if I go ahead and run that, you'll see it'll actually get me the first listing. So this has the ID of 1. If I wanted to find a specific listing, I could do find, and let's say I want to find the one with the ID of 3. So this returns the one with the ID of 3. Now what's cool is we can take the listing now. Let's say this particular listing, we want to know the user, and we want to get all the data of the user that owns it. We can now go like this, and it's going to give me the specific user that owns that listing, and that's because of what we just did within the models, creating that relationship. And then if we have a user, we can get all the listings of that user. And with Tinker, I can do this. So I could do app, let's say app models / user, and then I could run methods on this, or I could even create a variable. So we could do like user equals, let's say that, and then : first. So we'll get the first user. There's only one in the database. All right, now if I say, if I say user, you can see I have John Doe here. And if I want to get John Doe's listings, I can say user and then listings. And now it's going to give me all of them, all 5, because he owns all 5 in the database right now. So Tinker is a really, really nice tool to just mess around with. I would suggest looking more into it, but I just wanted to show you, now that we have those relationships, what that gives us. Okay, so let's see. Just trying to think of where we want to go next now that we have the relationship. I guess we should make it so that when we create a listing, the user ID gets put into the database, right? Because as it is now, our form just, it doesn't, when we submit it, it doesn't let the database know which user that listing belongs to or who submitted it. So let's go ahead and log in first of all. I'm going to log in as my, actually I don't have the Brad user anymore, so I need to register it because we refreshed the database. Okay. So now let's close both of those up, and let's go to, let's see, let's go to our listing controller, which is going to be HTTP controllers, listing controller, and then this is the store form right here. This is what we want to look at. And it's going to be pretty easy. We just need to add to the database. So here's where we check for the file, and we add the file path. Let's go right under that. And now let's say form fields, and we want a user underscore ID, right? And we want to set that to the user that's currently logged in, that's submitting the form. So we can use the auth helper and get the ID from that. So we can just say ID, and that should do it. So let's try it out. We'll save this, and we'll come over here, and let's go to create a new listing. And we'll just do we'll do the Acme again. So senior Laravel developer. Okay, and then contact, just do test, website, tags. All right, company logo, I'll grab the Acme, job description. I'm just going to grab some dummy data. All right, so create gig. So it gets created. Now let's look at the database. There's a couple ways we can check for this, but let's first just check the database. We'll go to listings, refresh. Again, I apologize for the small text. I just don't know how to make it bigger. And right here, so senior Laravel developer, and if you look at the user ID, it's 2, which is the ID of my user, the Brad user. And then we could also go into Tinker. So let's go into Tinker, and let's say app slash, what should we do? Should we get the user? Yeah, let's get models slash user, find, and we'll get the ID of 2, and then let's see if we can get the listing. Oh, listing, sorry. There we go. And now we should see the Acme listing. So it's an array, but the only one in it is the Senior Laravel Developer Acme Corp. All right, awesome. So let's exit. Okay, so that's taken care of. Now, we should probably create our manage listings page, which is going to show the listings of just the logged in user. And then ultimately I want to get rid of these links down here. You can keep them if you want, and you can put a conditional around them saying it has to be the owner. But yeah, let's take care of this manage listings. So this is going to go to listings/manage. So let's take care of that route. Come down here and say manage listings, and that's going to be a GET request to /listings/manage, and that's going to be listing controller. We should probably move this up with the other listing stuff. Class, and let's see, let's do let's say manage, and then let's put this up here. I'll put it right above single listing. And this, we want the auth middleware on this as well, because guests shouldn't be able to go to this. So let's say middleware auth. Okay, and then let's go into our listing controller. And then from here, we're going to want to create a manage function. So public function manage. All right, and then we're gonna return our view, which we haven't created yet. And let's see, the view is going to be listings.manage. Now we have to pass in the user's listings. Okay, so let's pass in here. We'll call it listings. And then the way we can do this is where, creating our relationships with Eloquent comes in handy. We can do auth and then user. What that does is it gives us the logged in user, and then we can simply do listings and then get. All right, so that should get all the currently logged in users listings and pass them into this view as listings. So let's save that. Now we need to create the view. So let's come down here into resources, views, listings, and let's create manage.blade.php. All right, so this we could probably grab from the theme. Let's put our layout in here first. So X layout, and let's grab that. So there's a manage.html, and we want to grab this div with the card stuff, the background gray. It's actually a table. And it ends, let's see, I think it ends here, right? Yeah. Wait, let me just make sure. So that ends here. All right, so I'm going to grab that. And I want to use the card component. So let's see what's different here. I think just the padding 10. So let's take this div and let's say x-card and just add a class of p-10. And down here, okay, it already replaced for me. So let's save that, and it should just show the static table now. Okay, these are just hard-coded, so what we can do is inside the table body, you see there's two table rows here that are just hard-coded. What we want to do is loop through the listings. Remember, we're passing in listings, and they're only the listings that this user, the logged in user, has. So let's see, let's delete one of these table rows because we only need one to wrap the for each around. Oops. So we'll get rid of this one, and then let's go right above this table row here, and we'll do an unless. So unless, let's say listings, and we have an isEmpty method that we can use. So unless isEmpty, then we're going to loop through this. So for each listings as listing. Whoops. Okay, and then we want to end that under the table row. We want to end the for each. And then we'll do an else. So if there isn't any, then I'm going to have a table row still. Let's do table row border border dash gray dash 300, and let's do a TD, so a column with the class of px-4 and py-8. Let's do border top and border dash bottom, border dash, let's do gray 300, and let's do text dash LG. Okay, and then in here we'll just have a paragraph with text dash center, and I'm just going to say no listings found. Okay, and then after that we just want to end the unless, and we should be good. Oh, I'm sorry. End unless. So let's check that out. And still, this is still hard coded, but we're seeing one here because there's one in the database, right? We only have 1 gig, one listing in the database. So let's just replace this. Now we want to replace that with listing title, right? Which is the same title actually. So we're not gonna. Oh no, senior Laravel developer. Okay, and then let's see what else. The edit is going to be a link to, let's see, it's going to be slash listing slash and then the ID. So listing ID and then slash edit. Okay, and then for the form, to delete is going to be, actually no, we can just copy it from from the show. So the show right here, this form. And I'm just going to comment out. You can, like I said, you can do what you want with this. I'm going to comment it out. I don't want this on show pages. So let's go back to the manage and just replace this form with that. Okay, so it's going to have an action of listings and then the ID. It's going to be a delete request. Good. So let's see if we reload. Good. If I click edit, it should take me to that page. All right, now we only want the logged in user to be able to edit and delete their own posts, right? So let's go to our controller, listing control, and this should be pretty easy. And we're going to want to go to, let's see, update. So update, this is where, obviously where it updates. So it's going to do the checks. And we update right here. So let's put this, let's put this before anything. So before the validation and stuff like that. Yeah, let's say make sure logged in user is owner. And we can do that simply by doing an if statement, and we'll say if the listing user underscore ID, if that field is not equal to auth ID, right? Because that's the logged in user's ID. So if that's not equal, then let's do an abort. So we'll abort, let's say 403, and we'll give a message of unauthorized or unauthorized action. All right, so it's as easy as that to protect this. And we can do the same thing with the delete. So if I copy that and come down to the listing destroy, before anything, we just want to check that. All right, cool. So that's it. I think we're pretty much done. See if we can edit this. Let's see, that should be uppercase A. Updated successfully. Yep. If I post another one, let's just do whatever. Must be a valid email. Create gig. Okay, there it is. If I go to manage listings, I'm going to see it. If I delete it, it's deleted. Good. So that's it, guys. Got our pagination. So I think that in this, I mean, I know that this was a 4-hour video, 4-hour course, but we did a lot. Like the stuff that we did here, you can take into a lot of other potential projects and build something cool. And of course, you're going to want to add more features and do more to it. But I think that this is a really good foundation for Laravel for you guys. And you might go into building APIs, but a lot of the stuff that you learned in this video, it goes for the same with APIs, where you have your models and controllers. You just don't render views, you render JSON instead. And there are other packages that you're probably going to use for like authentication. You have Breeze, you have Sanctum. There's all types of tools that you can use to make things faster. But I think that doing the authentication the way we did is more helpful for you guys than for me to just show you how to use a package and type in a few commands. But a lot of those packages do give you more, like reset password functionality, stuff like that. But I try to get as low level as possible. That's why we did like the models the way we did. And in the beginning, we looked at all like how to make responses, how to give responses from the routes. And I don't know, I hope that you guys can appreciate the way that we did those things. I know it wasn't the quickest, took a while, but hopefully you get a better understanding of things. But that's it, guys. If you followed this through all the way, I really appreciate it. And congratulations on finishing your app. I will be doing a deployment video soon with Linode. It might be this project. It might be a different one. I'm not sure. But that should be coming up soon as well. All right. Thanks, guys. And I will see you later.